Test, test.
Test.
All right. Welcome back to Port Elgin Pumpkinfest and day number 2 as we get ready for one more day of Way Off. We've started out with a little bit of a damp day here in Port Elgin, Ontario. So it's kind of pushed back to start time for a lot of different things. We do have actually quite a few classic cars that have pulled into town for the car show. So for those of you watching at home in the dryness of your living room, thank you very much for doing that. I'm Dave Middleton. This is Robin Woods, who is our co-host once again for the day today. Again, we're just getting started here for the Way Off. So traditionally, it's a lot of the local growers that will bring out their items today to put on the show. Yesterday, we did put on quite a show.
Quite a show. A couple of records.
So congratulations to Jeff Warner from Englehart, Ontario. It's about 9 hours away, almost due north from where we are in Port Elgin. And Jeff weighed in the largest pumpkin ever grown in the province of Ontario. Also, obviously, the largest pumpkin we've ever weighed here at Pumpkinfest at 1,966.5 pounds, a brand new Ontario record, a brand new site record. But we did have we had a North American record yesterday.
We did, and congratulations to John Butler for having that with the tallest sunflower. And specifically, I don't remember, it's over 28 feet.
28, yep.
It is and the head has to be attached for it to count. How he managed that, I'm not sure, but he did. So a couple of great records. It was a good day yesterday.
We do have some of the bigger items on display still today. So unfortunately, Jeff, with the long distance he has to travel, he had to head home. Todd Klein from Quebec headed home as well. But we do have the second place pumpkin from yesterday still on display here in the Pumpkinfest site, the Bruce Power Way Off tent. At 1,785.5 pounds. Dave Patura, the person that grew that one. So you can take a photo of a big pumpkin, and we're going to start our Way Off for a bunch of big pumpkins. Surprisingly so, because you're never really sure kind of what Sunday is going to bring as far as items to weigh, but one more time, the growers have gone above and beyond the call of duty, and we've got a lot to do.
Yes, we do have a fair amount. Even some of the smaller things, the cabbage, the sunflower heads have already come in, and we've got some pumpkins out there, a couple of squash. So it's still going to be a good day. And then beyond that, we have got our young growers after we finish the Way Off. So at the beginning of the year, a local hardware store supplies seeds to the young people, whatever they want to try, and they're going to show us what they came up with. Just a little afternoon, we'll do that, and then we've got the pet show later on.
So the first person to check in for the Young Growers competition, which, again, you mentioned our local home hardware, the first person to actually register today is 3.5 years old. 3.5-year-old, grew a giant pumpkin, pretty proud of it. We're going to bring it up and weigh it, as Robin mentioned, at about noon hour today. We had another young grower, so another novice grower that arrived just a little while ago and was getting ready to register for the new growers competition for the young growers. And we said, oh, what did you bring? Oh, I got a pumpkin. And how big is it? Oh, it's about 600 pounds. That's not what young growers do. That's what experienced growers do. So we just talked to him. He's actually going to enter in the main competition now because his pumpkin is so big. So even some of the growers that are coming here come here with an expectation of kind of one thing they're going to do with a pumpkin, a squash, a watermelon, or what have you. And they walk away from here being part of the larger competition, which obviously has more money and more prestige involved. So we never really know when they show up what's going to happen. We thank you once again for joining us at home and around the world on the broadcast for year number 39 of Port Elgin Pumpkinfest as we prepare for year 40 next year. Our preparation this year, 2 big concerts, What a crowd last night for 5440.
It was a great show. Thank you to Soft Cult, who were the opening two twins who were born on Halloween. They were very excited to play Pumpkinfest, and they did a great job. And then 5440 just rocked the place, and our voices are proof of that.
Our voices are a little deeper than they were yesterday. It's the first time, by the way, I think I've ever been to a concert where I saw you get that excited. When one song came on, you handed me your beverage, grabbed your phone, ran out to the middle of the crowd and videotaped the song. And I turned to Jeff Warner and said, she wasn't even that excited when we got married. So that was pretty good to see.
It was a good show, and I hope everybody who was there, certainly some of the growers were there and had a good time. It's a nice addition to Pumpkinfest, and I am just so interested because the car show yesterday was massive.
1,200 plus
at least
cars on display yesterday.
If you're on Facebook, just look up everything Southampton, and there's a drone picture. You can see a great perspective of just how busy it was. A friend of ours said it took them 4 hours to go through the car show, and even then they figured out there were some down the side streets that they forgot to get to. So that was massive, and everything that is always a part of Pumpkinfest, and now the Party in the Patch, and I'm just really curious in how they're going to up it one to get to the 40th next year.
Well, I think a good indicator here in the Bruce Power way off area at peak time yesterday, which would probably been around 1 o'clock, when we were weighing Jeff's pumpkin, which even the other growers said, well, this is easily going to win the competition. We were just hoping we hit that 2,000 pound mark. At that time, we probably had between 1,000 and 1,500 people here in the way off area. Now that's just inside the church. So you start going outside. Everybody talked about even how crowded it was just to get through, to get to whatever it is you wanted to do.
If we had that many people in here, outside was crazy, but great day. And there are some hardy folks who are braving some of the sprinkles that we're having this morning. No, we're not hoping. We know it's going to clear up later. It's all going to move on, and we'll be fine. And make sure you come out and see it if you're close enough. And otherwise, we'll keep you up to date on what's going on.
So we're going to be back in just about 5 minutes. I see them starting to load up the giant pumpkins and giant squash now. We'll be bringing them right here front and center to be weighed off. All part of the 39th annual Port Elgin Pumpkinfest, coming to you live from Port Elgin, Ontario. Okay, we are back at Port Elgin Pumpkinfest here in the Bruce Power Growers area. I'm Dave Middleton, along with Robin Woods, your co-host, and a new co-host for the next few minutes. This is Jack Forsyth, and Jack and his family are from Walkerton, Ontario. Give Jack a nice round of applause. This will be, Jack, this is your first pumpkin, right? Right? Okay, I'm over here, Jack. Jack's, you're hamming it up on TV already. Yeah?
Watching
This
himself.
is your first pumpkin. So you came, we do the Young Growers competition, right? So Jack wanted to come and participate in the Young Growers competition. Then we saw your pumpkin and we said, no, you don't, Jack. You want to put that in the big competition. So you're going to go against, you see all the old people? They're all the other growers. And you're not an old people. So you're going to try and beat the old people and win a lot of money today. Is that good?
Yes.
All right. Jack has confirmed he is single but eligible. All right. I think they're just hooking you up here. Jack's nervous. Is he? All right. Well, you shouldn't be, Jack. He's not?
No, he's not.
Jack, why don't you get up on there? You get up on the scale for a
See
sec.
if you weigh as much as your pumpkin's going to weigh.
All right. What's Jack's weight?
46 pounds.
All right. Jack, you are now part of the cabbage competition. You're now Jack the Cabbage. Okay? All right. We're just holding on here for his pumpkin to come. It'll be our first pumpkin to be weighed of the day today, day number 2 of Port Elgin Pumpkin Fest. We did say about 11 o'clock we knew the rain was going to roll through. Pretty heavy line of thunderstorms from here all the way up through the Bruce Peninsula. Actually, they had to cancel the first 2 sailings, I believe it was, of the Chichimon today because of how severe the storms were. We had lots of lightning, pretty heavy rain. It's rolled through the area now, and we should be good to go hopefully for the rest of the day. So bring your umbrella, bring a jacket.
Just in
it's
case.
a little cooler. Yeah.
But still, we've got a lot of things coming in. Seen some watermelons and lots of field pumpkins. We've got some cabbage already in and sunflower heads. So it's going to be a good day. Because Sunday is one of those days you just never know.
Yeah.
Because if it's an iffy kind of season, the growers obviously will bring their bigger stuff yesterday. And then it's like, well, if I don't have too much, they just put it all in yesterday and they'll be heading home today. So we're very pleasantly surprised on how much is waiting for us to measure and weigh today.
And of course, we do have ongoing here on site. I don't think you have any way to participate if you're watching. But anybody on site, don't forget about the Pumpkinfest 50-50 draw. The winner at this point is going to take home $700 cash. And it just keeps growing.
It's going to take $7,000.
7,000?
It's $14,455 is where the pot is sitting right
really?
now. So add to it the more tickets you buy.
Why? What is it?
She's
Yes,
over there.
She's right there. I didn't
She's
realize
ready
it
to
was
come
that
in.
high.
It was that high. So that is a darn good pot. They are 1 for 5. I wrote it all down.
Okay,
but
so
they'll help you out.
Just to tell Jeff Warner, who grew the largest pumpkin of the day, and by the way, the largest pumpkin ever weighed in the province of Ontario. Largest pumpkin ever grown in Ontario. Obviously our site record and a provincial record. He made $3,200 for growing the largest pumpkin. So all you have to do, not an entire summer of work, just buy a ticket and you double the money, right? You didn't make 32,
That
you
is
made
a phenomenal
7.
pot. So
That's
add
pretty
to
good.
it, make it even bigger.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh my goodness, you grew that?
In his first attempt.
Holy cow.
Jack, come here. What is your secret? What did you do? Fish guts.
Well, there's something new. I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, fish fertilizer. Why not? All right, Jack, how much do you think it's going to weigh? You don't know?
More than you?
We think 650 pounds. Tell you what, Jack, because you're a new grower and you're young, I'm not going to make you do the initiation. I'm going to make him do the initiation. If you're not right. So you're going to guess 650. I'm going to give you 25 pounds one way or the other. So if it's 625, you're okay. If it's 675, you're okay. Is that fair? What do you care? He's going to do it. It doesn't matter.
We're at a standstill
Jack.
for a moment because we don't have a judge.
Oh, I could judge it. Where's Morgan?
Morgan's over there. He's just finishing something up, but we'll snag him. Morgan usually takes care of our smaller things, but he's qualified.
I think after 30 years, I'm qualified.
Yeah, really.
Let's just check. Does anybody see any holes that go through to the interior?
Dave
yeah, a
can't
little
bend
bit.
over far enough
I'm
to see
older. A little bit. That's good. Oh, that is a solid pumpkin. All right, let me check around here. You guys don't see any cracks or anything?
The stem looks about the right size.
Yeah,
so.
it's beautiful. Get
All
that
right.
bad boy on the weigh scale, Jack. Here we go. Jack's guess, 650 pounds. We're going to give him 25 pounds either way. If you're a new grower at Pumpkinfest, there's the potential you have to be initiated into the growers. All right, Jack. Are you nervous? Yep. We already checked her, Morgan. We're good. This is as solid a pumpkin I've ever seen in my life. That's good. No, nothing. It was clean. Yeah. I looked at this one, Morgan. There is nothing you can pick apart on this one. You could trim that a little bit if you wanted, but I don't think it's going to matter. Uh-oh. It is 580 and a half pounds. Give him a big round of applause. He's never grown a pumpkin before. Oh, you know what, though? I said I was going to give you 625 to 675. So that means now you have to be initiated into Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. Well, not you. We're going to make him do it. What's your name? Your dad, I assume?
Yep, Sean.
Sean? All right, come over here, Sean. I just don't want your child to be traumatized. Okay, so here's what we do. As a new grower for Pumpkinfest, if you're not able to guess correctly, it's not really punishment. You're just getting becoming initiated into the growers area, okay? All right, so here's what we're going to do. Sean, we're going to turn around and we're going to face this way. Turn around and face this way. Sean and Jack, we're going to very slightly elevate the back of our shirt. Okay? Then we're going to bend over just a little bit. And then we're just going to shake it, baby. There you go. There you go. You are officially Port Elgin Pumpkinfest growers. High five. Okay, get over here, Jack. You got to take a picture with your pumpkin. You're going to have to stand on the scale, Jack, because we're not going to see you over your pumpkin. Pumpkinfest is about family. So believe it or not, the time it takes to grow this pumpkin is all time that was taken with Dad and Jack and the rest of the family out in the field to grow that pumpkin. So it is actually family time. We'll talk a little bit about how pumpkins are grown. This is a special strain of pumpkin. They're called giant Atlantic pumpkins, and they basically came from the east coast of Canada, basically came from Windsor, Nova Scotia, from a gentleman by the name of Howard Dill. We actually visited Howard's farm a couple of weeks ago out there. Howard passed away. His family runs the farm now. Howard's belief was we can grow big things, but they need to be orange, right? If it's not orange, it's not a pumpkin. So he's the one that was kind of responsible to breed orange back into giant pumpkins. They were getting to be yellowy, and he didn't like that, and greeny. You can see that on the second place pumpkin from yesterday that's still on display. So that's what Howard decided. He wanted to breed that back in. let's talk a little bit about how we do this, because we're going to start getting into pumpkins pretty quickly here. We have a lot of them to weigh. So in my hand is actually a very small part of a vine. So this is what the vine would look like. So they do not take very long to grow. A giant Atlantic pumpkin goes from in the ground to what we see and what we'll be weighing today in about 110 days. So it's not a long growing season. End of May, beginning of June is when they go in the ground, and then we grow them, try to get them to peak to right now when we're going to be picking them. So this vine is about 20 feet in length from where the root's in the ground to where the pumpkin or squash is. And on this vine, you can actually see an extra offshoot, and that's where an extra pumpkin would have been growing. So there are multiple flowers on each plant, and each flower can be a pumpkin. So you go in the morning. We first of all get things planted right in the end of May, beginning of June. 1 week out of the year, the flowers on the plant will open. They open early in the morning. If you're not in the field to do the pollination, a bee will pollinate your plant. And it will pollinate your plant with whatever's around you. So it could be your neighbor's rose bush. So you have to get up in the morning and be out there. You take the pistil, you put it inside the flower will close, and that's a baby pumpkin. The baby pumpkin then begins to grow, and we're going to concentrate on just a few of them on the vine. Eventually, it'll be apparent that one of them is going to grow better than the others. We're going to trim the other pumpkins off of that vine, and all the energy can go to the one pumpkin. Constant water, constant fertilizer, constant care. You have to support the vine, so you're always putting dirt underneath the vine so the vine doesn't crack, because they are very, very heavy. And then the pumpkin, yes, thanks for reminding me of that. The pumpkin grows on the skid. It does not grow on the ground. That helps us keep them dry so they stay solid. And you can imagine a 1,700-pound pumpkin might be a little difficult to roll out of the field onto a skid so you could get it here. So it has to be grown that way. And each giant pumpkin will actually, the larger pumpkins will grow at a rate of anywhere between 40 and 70 pounds in 24 hours. That's a lot of weight. And oftentimes they'll grow too quick and split because the skin just can't keep up. So that's the basics. If you want to know more, Pat from GVGO is right over here. He's always, if you're watching at home, go on the GVGO website. If you're here, Pat can talk to you about that, where you can find out a lot more. Become a member of the GVGO, $30 for a yearly membership. And with that, you get a seed pack. So you get the proper seeds to do a pumpkin, squash, watermelon. Do you get cabbage? It's everything.
You get everything, so you can choose.
Yeah. All right, perfect.
Perfect. And if you want to know more about the dills, it seems somebody let us know that there is a new episode of the CBC show, Still Standing, and it is going to feature Danny Dill, who is Howard's son and runs the farm right now. Salt of the earth people. You couldn't find nicer people at all. So make sure you check that out. It's going to be on CBC on October the 29th, starting at 8:30.
Cool. Yeah. And if you stop by the farm, if you're ever in Windsor, Nova Scotia, just look up the Howard Dill Farm. If you stop by, say hi from Pumpkinfest. I know that they do a weigh off on the farm, and they watch this broadcast. This is considered to be the largest and most premier weigh off site all of Canada. We are it. We do an online broadcast. We have a car show, 1,200. Most weigh-offs don't do the extra stuff that you get here at Pumpkinfest, like the Midway. Just packed with people Friday night and all day yesterday, and it'll be packed all day today again.
Vendors, the Giant Tiger Kitty Carnival, the car show, of course, which is the largest two-day car show in Ontario. The vendors, there's so much to do.
Yeah.
So much to do. And it's a great event. And as I said, I'm going to be excited how they take it up a notch next year for the 40th.
I think one of the more interesting things, if you're a car fan, you can go through the car show without actually coming on site. So you purchase a wristband to come on site to see the way off and to be the food vendors and everything else. But the car show does not have an admission price. You can walk through it. As you mentioned, somebody said it took them about 4 hours to see all the cars yesterday. Not going to be as big today with the water.
No, but still, there's, 'cause you can imagine some antique car people are a little protective of their cars.
Yes.
But still, there's some hardy ones who already there's a bunch lined up on Main Street, so make sure you check that out. And we've got another nice pumpkin coming our way.
And I'm guessing it's Doug Court, because here he comes.
Here he comes.
So this gentleman from Port Elgin, or just outside of Port Elgin, is one of the founding members of Pumpkinfest. The original Pumpkinfest was two people challenging each other, and look what you did. Look what it's become 39 years later.
Hard to believe.
It is. And congratulations on another great year. We got a nice pumpkin here. I know you had some visitors in your field this year that caused some damage.
Yes, I had a very, very large squash, and a black bear decided to feed it to its 2 cubs.
So the good news is Doug's feeding other people things, but unfortunately that took care of that squash.
That's correct. History.
But tell me about this pumpkin. Where did the seed come from for this?
Yeah, this pumpkin's an Atlantic giant. In the past, I've had over 1,000 pounds, but this particular pumpkin will not be that. It might be, I'm going to guess, 450, maybe. So it's struggled in the beginning because of all the rain. So a couple days it wilted, and then it perked up again, but at least I got it here.
Yeah, and most people have been talking about the fact that it was either really warm or really wet. It was never kind of the ideal combination of those two.
And believe it or not, in August we had some extremely cool nights, around 10 degrees, and they do not grow. They only grow at night. And when they grow at night, the Atlantic giants can grow up to 40, 50 pounds and every night. But I didn't have that happen. Did I get near 400 pounds?
I don't know.
You were pretty close. It was a pretty good guess. 429 and a half.
That's a great guess. Congratulations. Give Doug a nice round of applause, one of the founding fathers of Pumpkinfest. And that's one of his children.
Oh. Yeah, you got to get your picture. Thank you. We do have a lot of sunflowers that came in today, which is a great perspective for you. As we mentioned earlier, we have a new North American length at just over 28 feet for a sunflower. So you get to see how that compares to still some pretty tall sunflowers, but how a record compares to what everybody else grows. Got some sunflower heads. So there's 2 categories in sunflower. You can grow a sunflower how tall it goes. You can also grow a face of a sunflower, and that gets measured diameter. Yesterday, Jeff Warner also won that category with 26 inches. It was a pretty big sunflower face. Got some field pumpkins, lots of huge watermelons coming in as well.
Pretty important to be able to understand the difference between the different strains of pumpkin that you're looking at. Most people, it's called Pumpkinfest, so most people want to come and see the giant pumpkins. So there are really 3 basic types of pumpkin. Pie pumpkin, kind of pumpkin that you see at the grocery store. That's the smaller pumpkin that's made specifically to make a pie. Then we get to the next size, which are called field pumpkins. We have 4 or 5 of them actually here today. Field pumpkins, kind of the next 100-pound size up.
More of an oblong shape.
Yeah, that's right. They usually are a little different shape and not quite as big. They're grown mass in the field. Doug was mentioning that I think in one of his fields he had about 50 field pumpkins. They just multiply in your field. And then this type of pumpkin, which is the giant Atlantic pumpkin. That's very different, a very different strain. We're talking a little bit about kind of how you grow pretty much everything you see here. And it's all about genetics. So it's very similar to human genetics. I am 6 feet tall. She is not. Our children are 6'4". So I would say a seed, that's good seed, right? You put two seeds together, we got something bigger. That's exactly what happens here. So you may plant one plant from a seed over here, one plant from a different seed over here, and then cross-pollinate. Take the male from one plant, the female from the other, pollinate them together. That's trying to purify the seed and get it to grow bigger and bigger.
Or making it sturdier. A big thing right now is with the watermelons.
Yes.
They are cross-pollinating with a gourd, is it?
I believe we'll check with the Mackenzies when they come up. And
it just makes it, because watermelon are very finicky.
They're thin.
And very thin. And so in order to get them to the size you'd like them to be, to bring them here to Pumpkinfest, just starting them with, I believe it is a gourd root, so that it just gives them that strength and hardiness to grow larger. So it's all, and Howard Dale was a beef farmer, so that's the genetic background he had to start working on the pumpkins and making them large.
And orange.
And orange, very orange.
I want to thank Paul. Well, Paul's here now, I see him. So our judge for the larger items that we're going to see weighed today, we want to thank Morgan for stepping in while Paul got here. Paul is our judge for the larger things, and he rightfully helped us out yesterday. Anytime there is any orange on it, it's a pumpkin. Green is squash, but if there's any patch of orange, it'll be weighed and considered a pumpkin.
And if you look at the leaderboard, you'll see the differences. Even the largest squash in the world is nowhere near as big as the biggest pumpkin.
Yeah.
So usually a grower who would have something a decent size and green would hope it could be weighed as a squash, because that would get them higher up the leaderboard. But any bit of orange, and it's a pumpkin.
World record, by the way, for giant Atlantic pumpkin weighed last year in California, 2,749 pounds.
It's a very big pumpkin.
The new world record. All right. Do we have an owner for this one?
It's Doug Cord again.
This is Doug. Oh, I'm sorry. It's right on the front. Perfect. And this, yeah, we'll need to ask Doug if this is going in as a field pumpkin or if this is Louise.
It's pretty for a field pumpkin.
It
Usually
is.
they're very kind of
There you
rugged
can
looking.
This one you can really see the size of the stem as it attaches to the pumpkin.
And how it tends to flatten out on the bottom, too.
That's a good couple
That's
of inches.
Yeah. That's a sturdy stem.
So this pumpkin probably wasn't completely finished growing, right? With a stem that size, it was likely had more growing to do, but it's time to get to Pumpkinfest. Most of these, they'll try to pick within 24 hours of coming to Pumpkinfest. Immediately, the moment the fruit or the moment the pumpkin squash or whatever is picked, it begins to lose weight. And the whole point of coming here is heavy as you can possibly be. A lot of times the growers will bring these to the show and they'll be in a bag of water. So the stem will be in a bag of water because the pumpkin will continue to try to grow. It'll still drink that water. They'll actually start with a full bag, and by the time they get here, the bag will be empty. It'll just continue to eat.
All right, I found Doug. Shockingly enough, he was talking to somebody.
What? Promo.
It's a pretty nice looking field pumpkin. Usually they look all rugged and bumpy and thick. He's got so many things. Look at all the sheets he has, but that is great because that just gives us a lot of things to do today. The judge is here. He come to judge. Well, your other one's over there by the way off scale. Part- So this, now we wondered, that is one healthy stalk on it. Was it really finished growing or you just picked it because we want to bring it here?
That's a good question. On the field pumpkins, these are called cucurbit pepto, and the stems are hard. On the giant pumpkins, the stems are soft, and that's one of the distinctions. Now, this particular pumpkin, I hope it's over 140 pounds. Yesterday, I was just under 180. This counts as my second world point. I just need one more world point in the field pumpkin, which will go to Woodbridge on Thanksgiving. Keep my fingers crossed to win the world championship.
Which you did already.
Sorry?
Which you did. You went on a nice trip last year.
Yes. I thought you said I already knew I won.
No, I didn't know. But you did, and congratulations, and you know what? You get your point. 146 pounds.
Wow.
Yes, thank you so much. We need proof, so you get your point. I'd like to say a big thank you to all the volunteers. Obviously, an event this huge just cannot run without our volunteers. A lot of high school students getting their hours in, and we greatly appreciate their help. Nice, young, strong arms. As well as all of our sponsors. I do have a board behind me here. Great community partners, so many great sponsors that has helped us put this together, including Bruce Power. You can see the big sign behind us here, our gold and silver and platinum sponsors. So please have a look at the list and support them as they are supporting the community and making this event such a success. And of course, thank you for joining us online and joining us here in the tent. It's not a tent anymore, it's a building, the Saugeen Community Church, and a big thank you to them as well as we invade every single year, and they are very accommodating to us. A reminder that in 2 weeks' time, 2 weeks after Pumpkinfest, they always do a pumpkin drop as a fundraiser, but it is so much fun. Some of the growers are nice enough to leave their specimens behind, including our second place winner yesterday from the international weigh-off, as 1,785 and a half pound pumpkin is going to be dropped in 2 weeks on the Sunday just behind the church here. So make sure that is on the calendar. That's the biggest one they have dropped. The fundraiser going to the Women's Center. So a very worthwhile cause. Love to have you join us for that, and look out. Bring an umbrella, bring slickers, bring something, because the shrapnel from that second place pumpkin is going to go everywhere. Got another field pumpkin coming our way. Have a look at the skid. Oh, it's Courtney's. The Court family, generations and generations, have become a part of Pumpkinfest, and it's a bit of a family competition, bragging rights as to who wins what. Is Courtney close by? Courtney's trying to avoid us. Judge checks it over. Again, there cannot be any holes that go all the way through. Not that we don't trust our growers, but it is a rule that there can be cracks, there can be splits, but they cannot go all the way through or the pumpkin is disqualified. We still weigh it so they know. Stem needs to be a certain length. Any excessive dirt will be taken off. And so far we are good. So Courtney, might have bragging rights for a moment. 151 and a half pounds. She's registering a whole bunch of stuff just like Doug, so.
Yeah, she's over there registering some other stuff. Court, are you going to come and chat with us about your pumpkin? So we met Doug Court earlier. So Doug and Louise created a long string of people that grow
There
stuff.
she comes.
And this will be part of that string, Courtney. Hey. So has it stopped raining? We told people that it did. Is it now sprinkling a bit again?
No, it's just spitting.
Okay. All right. So that's a grower talking. Just spitting, not enough to really help. Tell me a little bit about what it's like to be in the Court family. So did you really have any choice in the matter? You were going to be a giant vegetable grower from day one, right?
Yeah, well, when I was little, when we first started growing with Papa, it was kind of like a chore, but then eventually, like, it was something that I looked forward to each year and seeing what we could come up with and all the different different growing techniques that we use. Now I really enjoy doing this with Papa. And yeah, it's quite hectic Pumpkinfest day because we're all running around getting things organized. But I feel like our organization this year was good, so.
And that you're just reinforcing what we keep telling people is that Pumpkinfest is about families, whether it's on that side of the chain in the crowd or this side of the chain for the growers, it's always about family.
Yes, for sure. It's a great family event. It's a great thing to do with your kids and get them outside and, play in the dirt and not on the video games all day. But yeah, it's something that all of my family thoroughly enjoys, and I'm so glad that we could have the other USA crew join us this year. That was super fantastic. Yeah.
All right. Didn't get your picture taken yet? Here they come, right beside you. We're going to get a photo taken. For those of you just arriving, you're in the Bruce Power Growers area. I'm Dave. This is Robin. For the past 30 years, I've been your MC. Robin and I together for about the past 5. And our pleasure to be a part of what is the biggest event in our community by far. I'm not sure, we haven't heard attendance from yesterday, but
It was crazy.
We normally get somewhere between 25 and 30,000 on kind of Saturday, and I'm going to say we were above that. The car show was the largest it's ever been. Today, a little bit slowed down because of the rain early this morning, but the showers have rolled through. As Courtney just mentioned, still a teeny sprinkle, but not really anything that's going to keep people away. We've had snow and hail and wind and you name it.
We've done it all.
Gone through, and it doesn't affect Pumpkinfest.
We have some hardy fans that, no matter what the weather, will always come out, and there are some who come from very far away just to be a part of Pumpkinfest. Certainly when the weather is nice, as it was yesterday, then everybody comes out, which is awesome, because that's what it's here for.
And we had a couple of big moments yesterday. So Jeff Warner, who we don't know if he's actually awake yet, because
I highly doubt it.
He was having a pretty good party with his big check last night at the 5440 show. Thanks for the drinks, Jeff. I don't think he's probably left town yet, but Jeff Warner from Englehart weighed here at Pumpkinfest yesterday our new site record and the largest pumpkin ever grown on Ontario soil, 966 and a half pounds, just shy of the 2,000 pound mark that we were trying to get to. So a big congratulations to Jeff from Englehart and to all the growers from yesterday. And also, yesterday, we managed to set a new North American record for the height of a sunflower. And that was from the Butler crew out of St. Thomas. So we have Art Johnson and John Butler who grow together. And their sunflower was over 28 feet tall. Basically, here, we couldn't stand it up inside the building that we're in. That's how tall that sunflower was.
And we do have a surprising amount of sunflowers that came in today.
Yeah,
so you kind of get a perspective. Even the ones brought in today are quite tall.
We actually do have the North American record still here.
Yeah, it is
so
still,
if you want to see
John
it.
left it with us, so that was nice. And we do have somebody who's going to talk about something very interesting here in a minute. So we got a very large pumpkin being loaded up, and they're going to bring that. And then afterwards, we'll talk about some other little plants that can be grown and some that have, as we all know, our ancestors used plants for medicine and for a lot of other reasons than what we use them for. So she's going to come and show us some of the things that she has.
We have had some interesting plants in the past, one of them being called an amaranth. It's actually, I believe, European. And amaranth, it looks kind of, it kind of looks like corn. No, let's be honest. It looks like a marijuana plant, but a very, very tall marijuana plant. And actually, amaranth, the seeds, you crush them and you can eat them, and they are medication for pain. So headache, like aspirin.
Like an aspirin.
Yeah.
Yep. So we, yes, we do have some very interesting things. We had a swan gourd yesterday.
Swan gourd was interesting.
One year we had a big puffball mushroom. Somebody, and it wasn't something that they grew, they just went through the bush, and this, quite literally, was this big. Did not smell really good, but
They
you know
taste
what?
great.
They do taste great if you fry them up nicely.
And
had a lot of questions yesterday about the bushel gourds, because they're big, round, green gourds, and are quite thick and quite heavy. A lot of questions about the mallows, which I think we've got a couple
marrows.
today. Or marrows, sorry.
Being this close to the Bruce Peninsula, we have puffballs kind of grow ad nauseum on the Bruce Peninsula. So if you're ever kind of doing a hike, keep your eyes open. They look like a big giant mushroom.
Seems we do have a bushel gourd here, so we could
good.
have a chance to have a look at that. Do we have a grower to go along with this?
Travis Farrell, if you could come to the weigh scale, please. We are putting Travis Giant Atlantic Pumpkin on the weigh scale. If Travis Farrell is still in the grow area, please come to the front. We are weighing your pumpkin and want to know a little bit more about it. Holy
What we do know is that
smokes.
it is quite hefty. It would have
That's
done
heavy.
well even yesterday at the international weigh off.
Where's Travis? Because there are a bunch of growers that are going to want your seeds. Wow. Really heavy for what any of us looked at. I might have said 900. Look at this.
So this would have been 7th yesterday.
This is crazy. That's 1,163 pounds. Clap for Travis.
That is an awesome effort.
Wow. 1,000 pounds is always the goal for the growers, obviously. Once you get to 1,000, then you want 2 and so forth. A couple of things that probably make this pumpkin really heavy. Large stem, which means it wasn't even done growing yet. And that'll mean that the skin and the meat of that pumpkin are very thick. So when we talk about good seed, that pumpkin has great seed. If that's the case, we can cross-pollinate that or even pollinate it with itself. And that's going to grow even more. So look for this seed to probably make an appearance many, many years at Pumpkinfest. That is a very, very good pumpkin.
We've got a hunting party out for Travis. I don't know where he
Yeah,
is.
we need
He will have
to-
his registration slip that we need to put the weight on.
We need Travis for sure.
Travis!
The seed from Giant Atlantic Pumpkin, kind of average price for one seed, somewhere between $100 and $200 for one seed. If it's a world champion, a lot of times they'll be auctioned off. When they go through an auction, they'll auction off at more than the value of gold. So for those people who say, I'm just going to buy gold because that's a great investment, pumpkin seed might be the way to go.
We found him.
Come on over here.
Paul just let him know because he was late. He's disqualified.
Yes. You're out. We're keeping your pumpkin. Wow.
As you can see, he's going
you go.
through all of his
Come on over here, Travis.
his sheets.
Wow. So we've been doing this a long time. We're a pretty good judge of weight. That pumpkin weighs what all of us thought heavy compared to what it looks. So where did the seed come from? How did you pollinate for this?
This seed was actually came from one of my pumpkins that I grew in 2021, and that one weighed exactly 1163, so the exact same weight.
So obviously this is a very good seed, and you're going to be able to kind of maybe cross-pollinate and get that to grow a lot bigger. But congratulations. That is a great effort today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Not a problem. Get your photo taken with that pumpkin. 1163 is our new leader, just like that. Oh, Travis, there's a sign. It shows what it weighed. And you saw Travis with more than a few slips of paper in his back pocket, so he's got a number of items that he'll be weighing or measuring through the day today.
No, you can bring your, our special guest is joining us. I am great. How are you doing? So I think we had a few of these last year. 2 years ago. And as you can see, it almost looks like a lovely little Easter plant that has, it looks like Easter eggs all over it. But what actually is it?
It is an Easter egg plant.
Well, then there you go. How appropriately in it. So what would one use this for?
Just strictly my own pleasure and decoration.
Can you use them? Like, do they have a history? How?
I really have no idea.
Okay, I was told that you knew some things about this. What's your name, by the way?
Kelly.
Well, Kelly, thank you so much, and you're going to leave these on display for us.
Yes. This is a toothache plant. It's a native plant, and the indigenous would chew the leaves when they had a bad tooth.
Okay. And they're both the same? Nope. So this one's the toothache, and then this is the Easter egg. So,
We also have cucamelons. Cucamelons.
well, they're cute melons.
Watermelon and a cucumber. And they're edible.
They're edible, and which do they taste like? They do taste like cucumber. Wow. See, the things you learn when you're at Pumpkinfest. There are so many different, thank you very much for showing us those. Beyond the table, you can have a closer look at those. But yeah, make sure if you have a chance to talk to the growers, because there are a lot of different things. As we mentioned, we were at the dill farm in Nova Scotia. I mean, we all know about the spaghetti squash and the acorn squash. They even grew squash and had them for sale that I had never even heard of. And we've been in Pumpkinfest for 30-some years. A lot of different things you can grow. As I said, a lot of questions yesterday about the marrow, about a bushel gourd. A lot of people inquiring about the long gourd, which we have a few of them here today as well. One of the few plants that does not grow from the ground up. You put it up top and it grows from the top down to the ground. So make sure you drop by if you can. If you're listening at home and thinking, oh, it's kind of wet. No, it's going to clear up. We have faith it's going to clear up. Stop by, and for all those who are joining us from many different places across the province, across Canada, welcome so much to joining us and keeping us company today. We do have a fair amount of things to weigh and measure today. Certainly, I think the pumpkin we just weighed might be the biggest one that we have here today.
Sorry, I was busy.
I know, you were
glad-handing.
talking. You were talking.
We got I noticed we had some cabbage that came in, so I thought, you know what?
Oh, yes, the
it's worth
cabbage.
chatting about cabbage.
And you know what? We were talking to Bob and Elaine earlier on, one of our local growers from Tiverton. And really, if you want to start getting into this and seeing what you can grow, they said cabbage is a great one to start with. Very easy, doesn't take a whole lot of tending.
So we'll be bringing some cabbage up here shortly to the weigh scale. This is 1 leaf from giant cabbage. This one, I believe, was about 56 pounds yesterday. It's edible. You could taste it if you want. It's just cabbage. What you buy at the grocery store is the head. The head of cabbage is located in the middle, and then it's completely surrounded by all of these leaves. The average leaf from a large cabbage that we would grow for Pumpkinfest is about the size of an elephant ear. So that's about the size of an African elephant ear. What are you eating? Oh, it's just a muffin? All right. There you go. More than welcome to take photos of anything that you see on display. The only thing we ask is that you don't sit on or lean on anything. You can touch them, but sitting or leaning on something will test the fact of how thick it is.
And
we
how
have
much you want to fight a grower, because they will not be happy.
Yeah, we have lost small children that way before. So
we'll weigh this first, since the guys are here. This looks like our bushel gourd.
Ralph, how are you? Wonderful. Lovely to see you. Tell me about your growing season this year. You are from just outside of Barrie, correct?
Springwater Township.
That's right. Okay. So tell me about your growing season.
Well, there was good news and bad news. Good news is we had lots of rain. Bushel gourds did really good. Squash didn't do bad. But we had the vine borer in the pumpkin plants. And I said to Joseph one day, they've quit growing. And sure enough, they didn't grow anymore. Yeah, they just stopped.
And if they stop, they're probably starting to get soft.
No, we have them covered.
Okay.
So I think that helped a lot.
Good. This is bushel gourd, correct? So how do you explain what this is to people?
Weird.
Weird. I think generally everything we do is weird. It's so we see long gourds, we see bell gourds, we see bushel gourds. Are they all in the same family?
Your guess would be as good as mine on that, because, you know, they're all different shapes and sizes. Maybe originally, but a long time ago. Doug Cord would be the guy to ask.
All right. Well, oddly enough, I'll see him a few more times. All right. So a bushel gourd. Now, this is a girthy bushel gourd. Okay. Wait, and so I keep mentioning that this is a family affair. Now I understand that for you and someone, this is a bit more personal this year.
A little bit. We got a little wager going on.
All right. And is it in the bushel gourd category?
Just the bushel gourd.
Okay. And what's the wager?
Box of hockey cards.
A box of hockey cards. You know my background. I work with the Owen Sound Attack of the OHL a little bit, so I might be able to get some of those signed.
That'd be all right if we could.
Pays to know. Pays to know.
As we said, they're quite sturdy, they're quite hefty.
Yeah, this one's big.
So that bushel gourd doesn't look massive, but still 238 and a half pounds.
Is that your biggest bushel gourd ever?
For me, yes, this is the first one I've ever grew.
So your first one and you're at 238 and a half.
Yep, it's from, Joseph had one 3 or 4 years ago, 249, and that's what it's from.
Congratulations. Go get your picture taken. 238 and a half. When Joseph comes up, we'll see who wins that family competition. You weren't specific, though, about hockey cards. Was it like a Tim Hortons hockey cards, or are you talking, what are you talking about here? Because many different grades of hockey card.
Most likely O-Peachy.
Oh, peachy. I got it. All right. That makes sense. Okay, take that. Good luck in the competition. I hope you beat them. Kids need to be taught a lesson.
These kids are being taught a lesson just how heavy some things can be and how careful you need to be to get them on and off the scale. We've got it. Oh, this will be the competition, I assume. So this is the only bushel gourd I see, so this must be the competition, is it?
All right. So here comes the other half of the family competition. Joseph's got it. All right, get over here. First of all, he taught you everything you know. Yep. Now you're going to try and use it against him.
A little bit, yeah.
All right. So we know he's 238 and a half. Any idea? I mean, they both look similar size. This one green, that one turned gray.
They both measured within about 10, 20 pounds of each other.
Oh, so this is going to be close. O-Peachy hockey cards on the line. That means obviously you guys are collectors. What's your prize hockey card?
Probably an Austin Matthews rookie.
Oh, nice.
My personal best is 249 and a half, so I'm hoping for 250.
Personal best, 249 and a half. So 250 or better will get him a new personal best and free hockey cards. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I think Dad's in trouble.
Oops. Oops. You didn't beat them. You destroyed him. 274 pounds. That is one of the largest bushel gourds we've ever seen. Is that still your seed you're using?
It's my seed from 2 years ago, yeah.
Wow. Keep growing that seed. There's more to come. Give him a round of applause. Bushel gourd leader now. Joseph at 274 pounds and a complimentary package of O-Peachy hockey cards. Wow. That is, if you're here in the facility or watching from home, do like a print screen at home, and not, if you're here, take a picture of that. That bushel gourd is going to lead to a record. That seed is
That's
fantastic.
a hefty one. And our
Wow.
volunteers are getting a workout this morning, but good on them.
Boy, it's early and you guys are tired. Looks like we got a field pumpkin coming.
Bob and Elaine, who we were talking about earlier.
And I'm guessing you're hiding a rutabaga for a
I
reason.
wasn't hiding. I brought it for interest's sake, but we're moving along with the way off, so we'll keep going with that.
We got to go. Our goal is to hand out awards and then get to the Young Growers competition as quickly as we can. We also have a pet show scheduled for 2 p.m. here in the Bruce Power Growers area. So this is a field pumpkin. What's your personal best so far? 160.
And he's hoping to beat it today.
So I mentioned earlier field pumpkins, talking to Doug Court. Doug said he's got a field with like 25 or 50. These things grow like they just keep multiplying. Is that how they work?
I think Doug just plants a lot of plants. We only planted 5 plants.
Yep.
He plants several hundred, so that's why he has some big ones or large ones.
And how difficult are these to grow compared to the giant?
They're quite similar in care, but the plants don't get quite as big as the giants. But they still take a bit of care. Yeah, you have to bury the vines and water it every day.
All right. Yeah.
Sorry, what was your personal best again?
160 personal best.
It's a good Sunday.
How about 180 pounds? Give them a good round of applause. A new personal best for local growers, Bob and Elaine McKenzie from Tiverton. That is their new personal best. A little bit of advice, if you're a grower in this area, talk to Doug Court and talk to these people. It's the one good part about being part of the growing op that we have here, all the growers from Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. Once you're a grower, you'll begin to make your contacts and everybody will share information to help you get better. When you get better, the seed gets better and they get better. So everybody helps everybody try and get to the next level so that we can have and continue to have the absolute best way off site in Canada. And we certainly thank those of you at home, all of our sponsors, those of you on site, as we're just really getting today going here in Port Elgin, Ontario. Slow start to the day because of a very big thunderstorm that rolled through the area. Actually canceled a couple of sailings of the Chi-Chi-Mon because of that today. Car show, cars a little bit late arriving today. There were a few here early this morning, then the showers hit. Now we've got more cars that are arriving as people realize that everything's kind of rolling through the area.
And although it may be a little bit slower today, do remember that the shuttles are running and many different spots for you to catch that at the Giant Tiger parking lot, at Independent, at the Plex in Southampton as well. You can find those locations on the website, portelginpumpkinfest.org. But yeah, grab the shuttle. Easy ride in, have some fun, catch a shuttle, go back. You don't have to worry about the parking and all that stuff.
If the car show is like it was yesterday, you could park at Giant Tiger and walk through the car show
yes,
and get here to the site. We had 1,200 classic cars approximately on site yesterday. So needless to say, continues to be the largest two-day car show in the province as well.
Absolutely. We've got our first squash of the day coming.
Squash are green and gray. Pumpkins are orange. And it's a great squash.
Is this part of the family competition as well?
So it's
No, just the bushel gourd. All right.
no bets
No bets
anymore.
on this one.
We've had enough of that. Ralph Giffen back with his squash. So you said it was a good year for, you're right, it is a good year for squash.
We're happy, yeah. Like some years are good and some not so good, but I think we've done pretty good this year.
So the big question we always get asked, you're growing a big squash. Are you going to eat that?
No, it's, I don't know where it'll end up.
Okay. Seeds obviously is a big thing. Get the seeds out of it.
Yeah, well, if Joseph beats me, we'll keep the seeds out of his squash.
All right. Do we have a personal best squash that we're trying to beat?
I think one year I grew one just a hair over 700, so I don't think we're going to come near that this year.
Nope. I'm going to say 4 to 5. Oh, no, it's weighing heavy.
Oh, hang on. We got an indent on the top where the stem
It
would
does.
be. A little bit of water in there, so I think the judge is going to take some of that out.
Oh, yeah, look, you've collected water.
Oh, the stem's actually still in
I don't
there.
think that's going to add too much weight.
Oh, the stem's on the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not going to add a lot, but it's one of those rules.
So, yeah. If you could you run out there and get our cars too? Never mind. That'd be a no. What happened here? Any idea?
I honestly don't know, Dave. That appeared about a month and a half ago. And when we first saw it, we thought, oh, geez, here we go. Yeah, but if you touch it.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard, but just
Yeah.
the skin wrinkled for some reason.
So, just like you and I, the older that pumpkin
got
got,
older and
its
it got
skin
wrinkles.
wrinkled. Yeah. 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 Well, I certainly hope it gains weight like we did.
So it is official.
663 and a half. That was almost a personal best, and we did not expect that to weigh heavy. Joseph is a bit nervous now. If yours came out that heavy, he might be in trouble here. You're not allowed to point at pumpkins. They feel bad when you point at them. Once again, we are coming to you live from Port Elgin Pumpkinfest, the 39th year of Pumpkinfest. We go to 40 years next year, so I'm not really sure yet how it's going to get bigger or better, although if you're interested in making a recommendation, if you pop on the Pumpkinfest website, pumpkinfest.org, like a recommendation, for example, what concert would you like to see for the 40th anniversary? This year we had the Roadhammers on Friday night, the headline, and we had the headline last night of 5440. But who do you think we should get for the 40th year of Pumpkinfest? Maybe the Wiggles. I'm seeing a bunch of kids here. Maybe we should have the Wiggles come in. I don't know one name of a Wiggle. I'm sorry. Okay, where are you guys from? You're from Owen Sound. Holy, they have a pretty good hockey team, right? The Owen Sound Attack, yeah? You like going to those games? You haven't gone to one? Oh, let me know. I got some connections. I might be able to help you out.
Do you want
Cool.
to talk about a rutabaga now?
Would you like to do the rutabaga? I was just
Why
going to
not?
meet.
We got a lull.
I just want to meet kids. Wait, we got more kids we got to meet. These ones over here. I know the camera can't reach them. Where are you guys from? Well, okay. What place? Or just like outside of Dundalk? Okay. Cool. Hi. This is pretty cool, eh? Go over there and see the really big one, too.
We
have the
need to
really
buy a
big
wagon
ones.
like that so you can
We need
haul
a
me
wagon.
around.
Yeah.
And I don't have to walk.
To haul you around. Okay. Do you want? I'll carry it, and you can.
Well,
talk
yeah,
about
you
it.
carry it because I think it came up at like 160 pounds of rutabaga. Well, we always have an other category, and usually they're things that the growers didn't purposely plant in the ground, but I shouldn't say that. They planted it, obviously, but they didn't do it to be a part of Pumpkinfest. And it just happened to come out rather big or odd, and that's generally the judging criteria for the other category, just how weird does it look. And I think a 160-pound rutabaga qualifies. We also have Doug Court's winning tomato over there from yesterday, 6 pounds of tomato, and it is a single plant. You can see there's only one stem. It's not a whole bunch of tomatoes that grew together. It is one tomato. We have our winner from the sunflower head from yesterday, which belonged to Jeff Warren. That came out at 26 inches. A lot of seed still on that, too, which is very unusual because usually, of course, the birds get at it. But a lot of other sunflowers came in today. New North American record for the tallest sunflower, and that belonged to John Butler. He was nice enough to leave it with us, and that was just over 28 feet. It's a very, very tall
Hey,
sunflower.
you want to measure the longest dog here today?
The longest dog. Well,
Wait,
we could.
Just wait.
Is that going to be part of
We
the
got a dachshund.
pet show?
You don't take your dog around in a child's. Oh my goodness. Yes, that's what happens when you cross a Chihuahua with a hot dog. Pat's busy, but we'll talk a little bit about the GVGO. So we have the Giant Vegetable Growers of Ontario here. Pat is wearing a rather colorful white Hawaiian shirt over there. And the GVGO is the organization where the growers from Ontario get together and they actually donate seeds to the GVGO. And then if you're a member of it, which costs $30 per year, you'll actually get where are you? Oh, you're over there. You'll actually get a bag of seeds. So you get all sorts of different seeds. You get pumpkin and squash and whatever they happen to have. I just found out, actually, I guess the growers send them to Jeff Warner, who lives in Englehart. Jeff, because let's be honest, he doesn't do anything all winter. So he just makes up the bags and then sends them out to all the members.
Yeah, and everybody looks forward to that. And the great thing about the growers is that they'll share. They'll get you started. They'll give you some good information. And a good example of that, Brent Flanagan, friend of mine who was from Texas. His wife is from Meaford. So they have moved now to Meaford, and he is now growing and being a part of it. And had a little pumpkin that he brought yesterday. But he found out, talking to the other growers, he was watering maybe once a week and fertilizing once a week. And they say, no, you got to do that every day. And he's like, oh, so now he's very excited for next year and going to try that and see if he can get things bigger. But that's the kind of thing, they'll help you with that. They won't give you the real secrets that they use to make the really big ones, but they will help each other out because obviously you want an event like this to keep going.
Yeah. And I mean, this event, started with two people having a challenge at Coulter Parquet, which is actually right in the middle of Port Elgin, and has grown into what we see today because everybody shares information with each other. So that's how events grow.
Oh, it's Ralph's. There he is.
All right, so Ralph is back. Oh, thank you. We were just talking, Ralph and I, just talking about the fact that both of us have been here for a while. Ralph's first appearance at Pumpkinfest was 1991, and that would have been when we were still holding Pumpkinfest in the Port Elgin Curling Club. Pumpkins were being moved by the high school football team, and then we started to give them hernias, so then we developed the system that we currently use, which is the sling that came from Bruce Power. And you also were nice enough to bring me a copy of an article that happened that year. Do you remember much about that Canadian Living article?
Well, it covers quite a bit. It covers the town a little bit, and it covers the way off. It covers a lot of recipes.
Oh.
Did they still have baking recipe contest?
I think they call it the internet now.
Well, there was pie contest, loaf contest. I don't know what all the...
We don't do that anymore, but you know who used to win the pie competition every year? Do you remember who did that?
Would it be Louise?
It would be that guy right there who is the judge of the giant pumpkins. Paul always had the best pumpkin, or the best pie.
His picture could be on there.
We'll have to look for that. He did. He always had that. And
He went on a jelly spree this year.
oh, okay.
Yes.
That's different.
Still, very nice. 471 pounds.
Thank you, sir. That's right. The original event started at Coulter Parquet. eventually moved to the Port Elgin Curling Club. Then we had to move the pumpkins from the entrance door of the curling club all the way to the other side of the club. Then it was decided we're too big for this. We need to go bigger. That's when the tent was erected on the high school grounds. It was the largest tent eventually in the province of Ontario that was ever erected. We had a year where we got a severe windstorm, blew the tent down, and we had to do an outdoor weigh-off that year. We got hit by hail, we got hit by snow, we got hit by rain, and no one cared. Everybody showed up and did the weigh-off. And eventually we end up here. And a big thanks to the church for allowing us to, for the last 5 years, well, longer than that, probably 7 years, to be here inside.
Paul just found out about the 50-50.
Did you buy them?
Nope. They're no good. So we've got a 50-50 going on. When we started this morning, and it's probably grown since then, it was sitting at just over $14,000 for the full pot, which means the winner's taking home more than $7,000. And that was this morning, like 3 hours ago. So
there was a lot of
your
people
tickets.
here yesterday.
Yeah, get your tickets.
You know,
they're going to draw that at 6 o'clock tonight, by the way.
We have some great community supporters in this community. For example, I don't know, there's a guy by the name of Doug Flowers. So, you know, Doug gets you and I involved in all these
so
curling
many
events and golf
his wife's,
events.
or his partner is about to squash all of that.
So he needs
No
to
pun
go
intended.
and get 50-50 tickets because
Where'd our driver go?
I think he should
Oh,
buy us
you only
dinner.
have one. I see. Okay.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that Doug guy, he gets us in a lot of trouble.
In the last 3 years he has, anyway. Of course, Doug, heavily involved with Gold Line Curling Supplies. Not anymore, but used to be. So he's watching the Hearing Life Challenge going on out in Charlottetown, which is what we
why
wanted
were-
to go
yeah,
to.
that was
but
why we went out east, but then
it's-
tickets were sold out.
It
so,
sold out in 2 days. Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
But it was still a nice trip.
Charlottetown's not that big, so, you know.
All right, we're going to move this on. And
We're going to get these out of the way, and it looks like Courtney is bringing some marrow our way. So marrow is another one of those things that's difficult to explain because it really only has the purpose of what we're doing here, and that's growing it.
Well, I understand in the UK it's quite a big thing. They do eat it. It is not overly flavorful in itself. It's kind of like tofu in that way. It's only takes the flavor. Oh, there's the winning tickets right there.
There's the winning tickets.
It only takes on the flavor of what you're cooking it with, the spices you put on it, the juices you put on it. So, but generally, it's just one of those things.
Winning
That you just-
50-50 ticket.
You grow for Pumpkinfest. So is this a family competition here? One is Courtney's, one is Doug's? Oh, you've got it. All right, no worry about this. We're going to start with Courtney's. All right. Well, that's still 45 pounds worth of marrow. Make it official, get a picture.
If you read that sign really quickly, it says Courtney lost 45. That's what it looks like. That's not Court. You do need that, girl. All right. Who's this other one? Is this?
It's really mine.
This is yours. But Grandpa claimed it? Is that how this works? Yeah.
Wow.
So I thought you said earlier he was a nice guy. I mean, just guess apparently
Seems
he's
not.
So now there's a slight chance that some of your children and grandchildren are turning on you now. The competition is picking up.
You're right. No respect.
A beautiful marrow. Again, these are, so if I'm starting growing, and you know that my granddaughters want us to start growing stuff. So we talked about growing tomatoes, relatively easy speaking. What about a marrow? What kind of work does that involve?
Well, the marrow can be a little difficult. It's still a member of the pumpkin family and the squash family. And for some reason, they are extremely difficult to germinate. And that's why today you will not see many marrow. Yesterday, I don't even know if there were any other marrow.
I think we had maybe one or two, something like that.
So they're extremely difficult. What happens? See the ridges, Dave?
Yes.
So those ridges develop holes, so genetically they're disqualified.
And so, sorry, do they develop holes as they're growing? Because it looks like there's also been some that developed here. They just kind of grew over.
Yeah, a sort of a combination. Okay. Sometimes it's the line of seeds. The parent seed had splits. And then sometimes when the weather changes, too much rain, they're growing so much per night, they'll average to grow about 5 pounds per night, and the skin splits open and they're disqualified.
Right. Perfect. Thank you. Always good to learn more. So that's a marrow. We are setting up right now for our young growers because we don't really know how many items we're going to get to do on Sunday. So we traditionally have the young growers come in, and their competition is held at about 12 o'clock. So now we're going to have to put the big weigh off part on hold to do the young growers, and then we'll come back to the rest of the weigh off. We got a lot more that we weren't sure we were going to get, but it's actually the growers are coming through again in spades. We got a lot of stuff to go through yet, and some really big pumpkins over there.
And I'm seeing some guys who just don't want to put in the effort and put that big thing on the table. But it looks like some young growers did some amazing things here. As we proved this morning, we had a young grower who had a huge pumpkin, was going to put it in the young growers, and we said, no, I think you should put that in the actual competition. And I think he's still sitting in second at this point.
Up behind us on the big screen, you're going to see our leaderboard. So as people weigh or measure items, they get entered in the computer system, and the leaderboard gets updated. And this is a brand new system for us for the leaderboard. We had a smaller video board before, which apparently the company that it was rented from, they sold it. This is actually an inflatable screen. So for those who haven't heard about them, they come, you can get them on Amazon, I think. They're probably $500, $600, something like that. And that's what they look like. And this is, I will say, there's two things that have made the broadcast what it is now. One, thank you very much for the technology, because we got great tech folks that are helping us out with this and making Robin and I look like we have an idea what we're doing. Thank you also to the church for the sound. You guys are always awesome to work with. Don't forget, 2 Sundays from now, the church is doing a pumpkin drop in support of the Women's Center. That 1,785-pound pumpkin that is on display, they are going to take that up in the air and drop it. Now, we live 2 streets east of here, and there will be pieces of that in my front yard. It's awesome. So make sure you're here 2 Sundays from now. But the other biggest development is that screen. Everybody can easily read the leaderboard. So thank you very much for that. That's an awesome addition to this.
So all our young growers, if you can bring your items over here to the table, we will get started on that.
Are you sure these are young growers? Like, the competition is picking up for the young growers. Holy smokes. We have young growers who aren't too far away from kicking some butt in the regular grows. It just takes us a couple of minutes to get this all set up. We'll bring all the kids up. We want to thank Home Hardware of Port Elgin for sponsoring this particular part. This is how we get kids involved. You, as a parent, sit at home, watch a kid play a video game and say, gee, I wish they were outside. I wonder if they could do this on a video game. Nope. They got to grow it. So get them involved in it. Get them to figure out a little bit about horticulture. You can start with tomatoes. You can do all sorts of different things at home. The kids? Oh, let's get the kids.
All right, young growers, if you want to come over to us here.
The kids are pretty anxious. They're all sitting over there. So this is an awesome way to get your kids off of a video game, away from television, outside doing stuff. Teach them how this works.
Oh, there we got some.
All right. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay. All of you, just go over here for a second. Perfect. Right there. The rest of the people who are young growers, come on up.
Yep.
Come on.
Come on up. And we'll see what you grew, because it all looks mighty impressive. Oh, somebody doesn't want to come. You can bring mom or grandpa with you.
You can bring a parent with you. We don't. Your mom and dad were right. Don't speak to strangers. And there's nobody stranger. All right. So you as people watching the way off, you can participate at home too. You as people watching the way off here in the facility, we want to encourage the kids to make sure they do this again next year and the year after and the year after, because we're celebrating our 40th anniversary next year and we want to get to 80. And we need people like this to be doing some growing. So every time we introduce the kids and what they did, you're going to give them a big giant cheer, round of applause, right? All right. So do we have any specific order, or what would you like us to do? They're numbered.
Where are we going to start? Number one.
Okay. So, oh, I know. I heard about this guy. Where's Eddie? Eddie, come here.
He's our shy person.
Hi, Eddie. I'm Dave. Nice to meet you. Give me a little fist pump. Attaboy. All right, so Eddie is 3.5 years old, I think is what I heard, right? And this is Eddie's first ever giant pumpkin. Look, you did that. You get a ribbon? We don't get ribbons.
Ribbon's almost bigger than he is.
We need to renegotiate our contract.
I know, we don't get ribbons.
And Home Hardware is giving them a gift card as well. Way to go, Eddie. Right there.
Let's see how big it actually is. 69 pounds. Holy! That's amazing.
Yeah. If you want to take photos when we move everything back over there, good place to take the photos. Okay, we need George Doer.
There's George.
Are you George? Hi, George. I'm Dave. Nice to meet you. Fist bump. Okay, how old are you, George?
6.
6 years old. Why did you do this? I mean, it ended up being fun, and you didn't think it was going to be fun, right?
I grew it with my cousin Jack.
With your cousin Jack, but took all the credit. That's a good cousin. Attaboy, George. All right. Come over here, George. George, I want you to take a picture with your pumpkin. Let's give George a nice round of applause. Look at this. Now, 2 giant Atlantic pumpkins, and notice how they're very different, right? Different seed making this one than made that one. George, do you want to see that on the weigh scale? You want to see how much it weighs? Jeremy, you're going to pick all these up.
While we do that, could we get
dear
Aislinn
God.
to come over. We've got her sunflower face, but we need Aislinn to join us.
Are we insured for this? 99 and a half.
and a
You almost have a
half.
100-pound pumpkin. Holy, that's going to make a lot of pies.
Good job.
All
Way
right.
to go.
Thank you, George. Great job. All right, I'm just going to go right along the table here. We're looking for Caden. Is it Barnes? There's Caden. Come here, Caden. All right.
Just
This is nice. I'm going to
There we
eat.
go. Come on
Come here,
over.
Caden. Now, this is bigger than you are, Caden. So here's what, turn around and face over there, Caden, because there's like a TV screen and everything. Do you remember, what's that called that you grew?
A cucumber.
It's a cucumber. Look how big your cucumber got. Holy smokes. You don't want to weigh that. Do you want to eat it?
No.
No, yeah. Vegetables are not good for you.
it's green. You don't want to eat it.
Awesome. Did you have fun?
Yes.
You going to try it again?
We're going to do it again next year. You're
Maybe
going to make
something
it bigger?
different?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Give Caden a big round of applause. That actually is a giant cucumber. All right. And then who do we have? We have Kinsley Barnes. I'm going to guess you guys are related somehow. And Kinsley, do you remember what it is that you grew? What's it called? It's a cucumber. Yes, it is. Looks like your family is eating cucumber for a few days. There's another one. So that's Kinsley's cucumber. Give her a round of applause. You can, hold on to that. They're going to take your picture. Look straight ahead. See, all the people on TV just saw you. Yes? Do you want a boyfriend? I can get you a boyfriend. No. Oh, geez, Mom and Dad both saying they are nixing the boyfriend idea. All right. Let's go over here, Robin. What? I can't even see that one. So we got another giant pumpkin, and it's Robert Doer. Who's Robert? Is that you? Come here, Robert. You're going to have to go to the front of the table, though. You're a little on the short side. Come over here. Stand right beside Joanne. So this is Robert's giant Atlantic pumpkin right up here on the table. We give Robert Doer a big round of applause. Look at that one. The more we do this, the more hungry I get.
It is
Not a good-
lunchtime, and those tornado potatoes, a favorite here at Pumpkinfest.
I
Just
think
outside the
next
door.
year we should rearrange the food court so we don't put the tornadoes right outside that door.
That's a bad thing.
We need to move those. All right,
Where are we going next?
we're now looking for Aislinn Maxeniuk. Is that right? Come on, Aislinn, get over here. Don't be so shy. This is her sunflower face. Are you ready? You're going to pick it up? You pick it up. Because I don't want to wreck anything for you. Okay, you got to turn and face it that way. This the first time you've done this?
No, it isn't. I've done this 3 years in a row.
3 years ago. So you've been doing it 3 years. So now, you think you're ready to go to the big competition and take on the big ones?
Yeah, I'm doing the big competition today for the tall sunflower.
So you started 3 years ago. You put this in here, but you have one in the regular competition as well.
Yep.
So it worked. It got you hooked, right?
Yeah.
And how easy are the sunflowers to grow? They're not a ton of work.
Kind of. It takes a bit of work, though. Like looking after them, watering them, making sure they don't fall over.
That's probably the biggest part. Make sure they don't fall over. Tie them up, right? Okay, let's get a picture with Aislinn. Give her a nice round of applause. We look forward to getting you into the big competition. And where is Abby? Abby Robbins. Are you Abby? Abby, you need to get more excited. Come out of your shell. All right, come on over here. And this is, I don't know if Abby can pick up her sunflower face. No, you can. All right, Abby, you're going to stand beside. Look at the size. I'm going to pick it up because I want people to see this one too. Look at the size of that one. Atta girl. Give her a nice round of applause. She is not too far away from taking part in the big grow-off for sure with a sunflower face that big. And you've got She's your grandma. Nobody's ever admitted to that before. That's
This is
nice.
the big one on the floor.
This is the big one
They
on the
wouldn't
floor.
even pick that one up.
Is it Lane Forsyth? Where's Lane? Who is it? Which one of you? Are you Lane? Oh my goodness. Come here, Lane. The
Oh
pumpkin's
my
bigger
God,
than
this
you
is
are.
bigger than she is.
Come here, Lane. You're gonna come on over here. Turn around. Put your hand on your pumpkin. You're gonna kiss your pumpkin. No? I'll kiss your pumpkin. All right, Lane. Here. You have that. There you go. Right here. Oh, and here's a gift card. You got the best smile. Did you have fun, Lane? All right, pick this up and get it out of here. No? Okay, we'll do that part. All right, give Lane a nice round of applause. These are all future growers. One day, Lane's going to grow a world record, and you saw the beginnings of how all that worked. So, Lucy Allen. Settle down. No, get louder. That wasn't loud enough. Lucy Allen. Hi, Lucy. How are you? Good. This is which one is yours?
Look at the head on this one.
Oh, you
Like
got
it's-
that one? Okay. Sorry, I'm going to put this over here. So I don't want to lift that one up.
No, I don't want to lift that one.
Yeah, it's not tied up.
But look at the face on this one. It's got a bulge in the middle.
Just lift it up that high. It's
Look
good.
at that.
That is a great sunflower. Okay, I can't do that for sure. All right, Lucy, where are you from? You're from Port Elgin, right? Yeah. Are you going to run for mayor? We don't want Luke anymore. We're hoofing him. You're in. All right, turn around. Get your picture taken. Come over here. Come over here real close. Bend down a little bit. Bend down. Show your sunflower some love. Way to go, Lucy. Thanks for bringing half the crowd with you. That's awesome. We appreciate that. And what's the last one we have? We have one more sunflower. Do we not? This guy. Oh, he's right behind me.
No, you don't look like a Sophie.
Whoa. What is your name? Andy. What's your last name, Andy?
Jacoby.
You're a Jacoby clan. Okay, come on over here. Tell me about your sunflower. That's so we have the sunflower at the front and sunflower at the back. Why did you decide to do this, Andy?
Well, 5 years ago, me and my dad we grew sunflowers in our back, and we just wanted to enter them, and now it turned into this, kind of.
It did. And so do you think you can make them even bigger? Because this is big enough to go in the big competition now. So if you get a little bit bigger, you have one in the big competition.
2.
You have 2 of them in the big competition. Again, it works, right? You get the kids involved, they grow. Now all of a sudden he goes, oh, I'm taking on the big people, right? The people who do this a lot. Have you talked to any of the other growers yet to see what some of the other secrets are?
Yeah. Mr. Court has been a big help.
Mr. Court. I don't think I've ever called him Mr. Court. I had to think for a second who you meant there.
Yeah. And also Mr. Butler has also been a really big help.
Awesome. So he's dealing with John Butler as well. Give him a round of applause. Andy is also going to be entering the big competition, the young growers. Did you get a picture?
Do we have
you don't want-
Sophia Barker close by?
Right
Sophia?
there.
Oh, there you are. You're volunteering. Good for you. So I take it this other sunflower is yours. This other sunflower?
What is
this
yours?
Is yours? No. Oh, yours is over there.
Oh.
Are you putting it in the big competition too? Good for you. Do you know, have they measured it yet?
Oh, the
Oh,
head.
you've got the head.
All right. So it's
Have they measured that yet? Have they measured it yet?
No.
All right. How many
they
years
will.
have you been doing sunflowers?
This is my first year.
Growing all together or just a sunflower?
All the other.
Yeah. But you got good enough so quick you could be in the real competition,
I know.
right?
Good on you.
Holy
Congratulations. Have
All
a
right. Give Sophie a nice round of applause. That's her. Hers is over there. Sorry, her sunflower face is over there.
I don't know who
Did we
belongs
get
to-
everybody? Make sure we didn't miss anybody.
We got a
That's-
second sunflower. I don't know who it
No,
belongs to.
we did get the second one. That's awesome. Let's give them a round of applause. The kids, the young growers of tomorrow, put on a show for you. You know what I like? I'm going to try this. I think we could do the cucumber in the backyard on Mill Street in Port Elgin. I think we can do cucumbers.
Cucumbers are like pumpkins and watermelon. They spread. They take a lot of room.
Oh, we've got very good neighbors. Whatever.
They don't mind if it just encroaches on their. But I mean, already some of our young
Yeah.
growers are in the big competition. That is amazing.
That's crazy. Awesome. Great to see from the kids. Thank
And thank you
again
to Home Hardware, yeah.
Home Hardware, a huge supporter of the community and getting the kids involved. Thanks to the kids for taking part in the young growers competition. Now we're back to the big stuff again. For those of you that were going to participate in the pet show at 2 o'clock, we know we're going to get pushed back to at least 2:30, so just be prepared. We're going to be late getting the pet show going because we got a lot of things back here. We didn't expect this many to come
this is
in
awesome.
today. Yeah.
I take it this is a bell gourd. No, it's not. It's not bell. It's a.
That's a squash.
That's a squash.
Where's the little thingy for it?
All right. Does a member of the court family want to bring their slips up to us so we know how to qualify this? Bushel gourd. That was the word I was looking for. Yes, I would say it's a bushel gourd. It's part of the court family abundance of harvest. That's yeah, I think it's a bushel gourd. And a field pumpkin as well. These court people, they bring so much they don't know who belongs to. Here comes Courtney. She's getting sheets. This actually belongs to Oh, it is a squash. Well, if you're going to lie, saying it's a squash is the wrong way to go. It would weigh more as a bushel gourd, but it is a squash. And here comes Louise. Good afternoon.
Isn't it pretty?
It is very pretty. So we're arguing, is it a squash?
It is a squash. It is a.
Are you sure you don't want to change your mind and pretend it's a bushel gourd?
That would be lying.
Well, it would be. So there you go. Honest growers. I like that.
So, maybe 80 pounds?
Yeah, you're good. It's bouncing between 85 and 85 and a half, but somewhere in there. Yeah, there. So there you go. There is a formula that the growers use doing measurements, and this is your field pumpkin as well? There is a measurement, a formula that they use that they can make a guess at how big it is going to be. But I'm thinking that Louise Court has just done this long enough, she knows. Is that yours? Ah. Oh, he said it's Madison's. All right. All right, I think Louise has plans for this field pumpkin. Oh, it's going away. Or going to swing around. It's very long, which field pumpkins do. They are much longer than the field or from the pie pumpkins or the giant pumpkins, and it's very long, very flat. They're looking at maybe doing a little carving and making something interesting out of this one. But this one belongs to Madison.
Just talking to Bob and Elaine McKenzie. Looks like we're going to bring up some cabbage here in a moment. Going to give you a chance to see what giant cabbage looks like. Field pumpkin and squash. Yeah, is this Louise? This is yours? This is Madison's now. Louise, come here. You're in charge of organizing your family.
No, it's Courtney's turn.
Oh.
Courtney has been an excellent organizer. She's the chief admin, let me tell you.
Chief admin, I like that. Field pumpkin, what does it come in at there, big feller? Wow. That is a girthy 140-pound field pumpkin. That is a big one. So you have pie pumpkin, smaller pumpkin you get at the store, field pumpkin, a little bit bigger, grown out in the field, giant Atlantic pumpkin, sometimes grown in the field, many times grown in a hothouse or in a greenhouse. Last champion from yesterday, the 1966.5-pound giant Atlantic pumpkin grown by Jeff Warner from Englehart, is grown in a greenhouse. He lives in Englehart. That's about 9 hours north of us. And obviously they get a very different weather pattern than we get. He owns a greenhouse up there, and that's where he grows his giant Atlantic pumpkins.
She was too busy with her poutine. She didn't want to come and get her picture taken.
Oh, did you see the poutine?
Yes.
Did you get the loaded poutine?
Madison?
You got that yesterday. Why are you so small still? You should be much bigger now.
All right, thank you.
You should be much bigger if you're going to eat those kind of poutines, yeah.
Oh, to be young.
Oh,
Not to be young and have the metabolism.
Braden did not help you. He helped himself to your food. That's what Braden did, yeah. So the giant Atlantic pumpkins now are, we mentioned that yesterday's pumpkin we had here on site is the largest giant Atlantic pumpkin ever grown on soil in Ontario. 1966.5. It's also a site record for Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. And we want to congratulate Jeff Warner out of Englehart. Thanks to all of our growers from yesterday. Dave Patera left his pumpkin, the second place pumpkin, at 1,780 pounds. It is on display. You can get a photo taken with that pumpkin. So it is sitting, it was yesterday's second place pumpkin. And we talked about giant cabbage. Here comes a big one from Bob and Elaine McKenzie out of Tiverton. So this is cabbage not that you buy. The head, which is the kind of thing that you get at the store, is in here. That's the head. The head on this one, much bigger than what you buy at the store, by the way. And then it's completely surrounded by all of those leaves. Wow, that's a big one. I didn't realize it was that heavy. The head is huge. Like the head is enormous in this.
Yesterday, I do believe you won the category, did you not? With your cabbage at 56 pounds?
Here, can I take this one?
So this would be the second
There's
one
one
they
back
brought
here.
for us this weekend. 50.
So this is a really cool, that is one leaf from a 47-pound cabbage. One leaf.
This one's going to go traveling. Where are you donating this?
It's going to go down to Kitchener to high school, and the teacher's going to let the kids get involved with taking it apart and making
neat.
some cabbage
Dissecting
rolls or
it.
whatever they want to do. Right.
Yeah, we're saying it's a nice way to get started. You were saying that it is a plant that's not overly involved in
touch
not
it?
as much work as a pumpkin, per se. So if you're looking at you or the children trying to grow something, a cabbage is a good place to start.
It's cabbage, it's just a little bigger than you're used to. There you go. It's always good to get the kids to touch stuff, or the bigger kids. This could be an umbrella, right? If it rains, come in here. We've got a lot of leaves. Bob and Elaine are actually going to put that on display, and you're more than welcome to kind of reach out. You want to touch it and see what that feels like? Yeah. It's harder than a regular cabbage, yep.
And that was a question from yesterday. What do the growers do with all this stuff when they were done? A lot of times, they'll take it to other fairs, especially those who travel from other places. We'll take them back home, donate them to a local fair, and make it a fundraiser for people to guess what the weight is or things like that. But a lot of them can be donated, as well as the Mackenzies are going to do with this cabbage, so that people can look at it and learn. We had a question as well as about the watermelons, and we do have a couple of watermelons that we're going to weigh today if they are edible. And they are. We have cut them open. We had one from yesterday. We were going to cut it up, but it hasn't quite turned yet. It was still very white, hadn't become nice and sweet and juicy at this point. But in past years, we have cut up one of those large watermelons, and they taste like every other watermelon that you would get in the store. It's just a little bit bigger. If you are joining us in the tent, welcome. It's not a tent. I got to stop calling it a tent. It's the Saugeen Shores Community Church, and a big thank you to them for letting us invade every single year. It is an awesome facility for us to use. Please find a seat and sit with us, as we do have a number of things yet to weigh. And the pet show will be coming up a little bit later. Oh, I see sunshine. That is a good sign. Car show will be going downtown. The Midway, we can hear that in the background. The Kitty Carnival, craft show, lots of things to take in at Pumpkinfest. And right now we have a good-sized squash coming. Not part of the competition. There was no bet on this one. But that is a nice-looking squash. So why the bet on the bushel gourd and not on the squash?
We had the bushel gourd set first on the vine, so we figured that was our best bet.
All right. This one looks very nice. You should be quite happy with this one.
It's a personal best no matter what weight, yeah.
So what was your personal best?
300.
Dave's covering. Nope. No, look. No, look. The judge is good with this? All right, yeah, you doubled your personal best. 641 pounds. Congratulations. Yeah. Definitely give him a round of applause. That's a lot of work and a good result.
Pumpkinfest is the only time that you're ever happy to hear the words, "You gained weight."
It is indeed.
Getting pictures taken, the hardest part.
Well, and we were talking about that last night because at the show with 5440, which was awesome, thank you to them and Soft Cult because they put on a great show. And the night before with the Road Hammers, it was all a good time. But Jeff was there, Jeff Warner, with his win yesterday and a couple of records. We brought him up on stage with us before we introduced the band. And they're willing to do it. They know that they have to, but it's not a part that they are comfortable with. These guys are farmers. They're generally in the field by themselves, so doing the publicity part can be a little uncomfortable.
Well, he met a member of 5440, and his life is good forever.
He used
Jeff
to play
is
in a
very
high school
happy.
band.
Oh, did he?
He used to play guitar. He kept saying, "Can I grab one of those guitars?" It's like, no, don't do that. That would not go well with security.
It is a difficult thing for some growers because we take you from anonymity, just being a grower, then you drive down the road with even that. I mean, that's a good-sized squash. You can't drive here to Pumpkinfest, stop and get gas, and just get back in the truck and leave because there'll be 50 people standing around your trailer wanting to take pictures, and they have questions, and it's even more when there's a 1,800-pound pumpkin on your trailer. It takes 9 hours to get here from Shawville, Quebec, or from Englehart. And so you're at least one stop to get a rest, to go to the washroom, grab a drink, get something to eat. Well, as soon as you stop, everybody is at your trailer, and
they're so nice. They're not going to say no and
Yes.
say, "I got to go." They'll answer everybody's questions and let them all take pictures,
So a 9-hour trip is 12 hours
Yes.
to get here.
which is something to consider. I mean, all these big things are amazing that they spend so much time and effort to grow them to the size they are. But then once you grow them to that size, then they got to get them here. Think about that. We had a North American record for sunflower at over 28 feet. If you grow a 28-foot sunflower, how do you plan on getting it here? It doesn't just fit in the back of the SUV.
Just to give you an idea, so we'll get the camera to pan for me. Just if you can pan the camera straight up. We're going to pan the camera
He's
straight
talking
up
and
so
not
that the
listening to
regular.
us.
I'll get him to do it. It's fine. So just to give you an idea of how tall that sunflower was, pan it up, and you guys look up. We couldn't stand it up in here. That's how tall the sunflower was. Now, it wouldn't hit the roof. The problem is the beams and everything, right? It just won't go through on an angle to stand it up straight. But over 28 feet. All right, you're going to go 28 feet? So between myself and Judge Paul is about 28 feet. That's how long or tall the sunflower was that we measured yesterday.
And you
it's
have to make
actually
sure,
still here.
And you have to make sure the head stays attached
and the
too,
head
or it
has to
doesn't
stay
qualify.
attached. So how do you keep the head attached? You take a bag. So imagine the sunflower growing straight up. You have a trellis or a steel bar or something that you're tying it to, and then you put a bag over the head to A, protect the head so the bird doesn't get at the seeds, but B, hold the head against that bar so that it doesn't break off. Because if the head breaks off, you're done. It doesn't qualify. So there's a lot more to this than, you're right, Robin, than just plant a seed and hope for the best. It's daily watering, daily care.
Sometimes sleeping with it if it gets big enough, because
we've had that.
Bears, mice, we'll all think, ooh, smorgasbord.
All right, so let's talk to Paul. Paul, come up here. Paul is our judge. So, yeah, you can. What are you chewing? Oh, you're healthy. All right, so this is to go through so we can talk to you, the general public, about how we decide, is that a pumpkin or is that a squash? Here we go. Here's Paul to explain why. You asked the question. We know the answer, but I'm going to have Paul explain why.
Okay, so to be a pumpkin, it's very specific. Squash, it doesn't matter. A pumpkin is any vegetable that has any orange on it. If there's no orange on it, it's a squash. And I'll show you on this one, because it's a very small area that's orange. Otherwise, in past years, this would have been a squash.
All right, there we go. Well, let's see it. There you go. And I'm sorry, your name?
Pete Mathonia.
And Pete's been here a few years now, yeah? I know, we got corrected on that yesterday too, so.
Yeah, I just saw the green on the top and I was curious.
Right. Right over there. Right over there. Cool. That's... So when we're talking to the fans about how this works, and you try to be home and make sure that you're home to pollinate, so you might cross-pollinate plants or pollinate the plant to itself. But I was just told you weren't home when this one pollinated, so this was kind of cross your fingers.
Yeah, if this would have been a squash, that means it was screwing around on me. I was gone camping and I came home and it was pollinated and that's it.
Wow. So the bees did a good job. They went from the right plant to the right plant. There you go. The orange spot is right there. You learn. Pumpkinfest, you learn all the time. And you're going to be happy with this because this is big. 721 pounds. That's not the current, I'm pretty sure that's not our current leaderboard because those are the guys that weighed yesterday. So when we get our new leaderboard up, we'll know where you place. Congratulations. That is a great pumpkin. Now, do we keep the seed for that one? Where'd the seeds come from?
I've been using the same ones I'm going to buy some good ones next year.
All right. So you're going to say you're going to upgrade. So what size of pumpkin did the original seeds come from?
Off this same seed, I had a 1052.
So, yep, time to get new seeds. Well, you know, so many people talked about rain that we just got pummeled with rain at the wrong time.
This thing stopped growing in September for some reason. I don't know why. And it was a nice September. Don't know.
All right, give him a nice round of applause. Paul gets in there. Again, for those people that are just kind of tuning in at home or just joining us here in the Way Off area, more than welcome to have a seat. We got some really big stuff coming into Way here very shortly. Something to keep in mind is the growing time. These plants initially are planted May 2-4 weekend, between May 2-4 and the 1st of June. So the growing time for a giant pumpkin or giant squash is only about 110 days. It's not a long growing period. That's when they go from getting in the ground to what you see today. It doesn't take very long. As Doug Court and a few others mentioned earlier, most of the growth occurs at night, not during the day, because that's when things cool down a little bit. And these pumpkins and squash will gain anywhere between 40 and 70 pounds in one night.
And that's another great thing you can talk to the growers about. And the
GVGO.
Thank you. They will give you these kind of information because there are certain times of the year when you, such as the sunflower. It is said if you plant around Canada Day, it'll be at its peak in time for Pumpkinfest.
Right.
So it's those kind of things that you can get from the growers to at least get a good start at this.
Correct. Get it in the ground, depending on what it is. And again, GVGO or the Pumpkinfest website will help you with dates and times. Other growers are going to help you with dates and times as to when to get things planted and going. And then you really want to get it to peak, so it's peaking at the time that you're going to pick it. Pick it within 24 hours of coming here. A lot of people will put the stem in a bag of water or a bucket of water. It will still grow, or at least won't lose weight while it's attached to water. It's still trying to drink the water, even though it's no longer attached to a vine that's in the ground. Remember, we're not talking about a brain surgeon, we're talking about a pumpkin. It simply wants to do one thing, and that is grow. So by putting it in that bag of water, you're trying to lose as little weight as possible between the time you pick and the time you get to Pumpkinfest or whatever Way Off you happen to be using.
We've got a bushel gourd.
But of course, we know you're coming to Pumpkinfest because it's
of course you are.
the top Way Off site in Canada. We really pride ourselves on that.
So, come see me, come. So, who's taking credit?
I'm taking credit. This is my bushel gourd.
And is this the first time or you've done this before?
I'd say bushel gourd, this is the first time.
You happy with it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
It is, bushel gourd is just so dense.
I say it's the size of Grandma's squash, so.
It's very true. Oh, poor Grandma. Oh, my. Oh, wow. Still, you got over 100 pounds, 102 pounds of bushel gourd. Congratulations. Nice first effort. Wow. They help you, they teach you, they put it in the ground for you, and then you just slam them. I love it.
We're starting to gather a little bit of a crowd. If you're on site, come join us in the Bruce Power Way Off area as we're getting to some of the bigger items and some of the more interesting items too are starting to come in.
Here's one of our big watermelons for the day. Oh, Jeremy is just a muscle man. Really, you're going to hurt your back. Let it settle. That is a solid watermelon.
That is 98 pounds worth of watermelon. That's a thick watermelon. Do you know if they have ripened yet? We didn't get a chance to open one yesterday. If you have anything smaller, we want somebody to open one. I get it if you don't want to. Okay, I agree.
Saving the seeds on this one, but they did bring another one that's a little smaller, so they might open
That'd
it
be
for
awesome.
us.
We want to. So what we look for in the watermelon is kind of that turn of color, right? I don't want to call it red. It's kind of pinky red.
Yeah.
When it turns that color, it means it's ripe, and that means it's sweet. So hopefully, Bob and Elaine are nice enough. They got a smaller one. Hopefully we can open it up. It'll be ripe, and you can try to eat big watermelon. This one they want to keep because they want the seeds out of it. That's obvious. That's a 100-pound watermelon, so that one can really grow a lot bigger with some tender love and care. The smaller one they have, we'll see if that one's ripened up. The largest pumpkin ever weighed in the world was weighed last year in California at a weigh-off. 2,749 pounds is the new world record. Just to kind of give you an idea of how big that is, if you could make it into pies, it would make 687 pumpkin pies.
We were doing our due diligence and doing some research and looked up the Canadian record for squash, and one of our growers, I don't think we saw this year, Joel Jarvis from St. Thomas, he still currently holds the Canadian record back from 2011 at 1,486 pounds. So maybe taking on a squash and see if we can dethrone Joel. This is a bushel gourd that belongs to the Court family, of course. Courtney's taping system. No, you're not lifting that up. Yeah, it's. Which court is going to take responsibility for this? Oh, here she comes. It's Courtney. Oh, it's not Courtney, but she's going to come and represent it anyway. Oh, Doug's. It's Doug's.
We're still trying to figure out the court color system.
Courtney, can you explain your taping system?
This is Doug's.
This is Doug's.
Too slow, you lose out.
There you go. So we're qualified. We're taking ownership of this.
At least we know who is it. Does he have to be here? We know.
Oh,
who
he's over there.
Doug spends.
Oh, Doug.
He spends more time talking to the crowd than he does here at the weigh-off part.
Doug, would you like to claim your bushel gourd?
Oh, is he only talking to family? Well, he doesn't see them for the rest of the year.
Maybe
he
he's
only
giving
sees
them a heck
here.
for making fun of Grandma's squash. But you will notice that a lot of the growers do this. Even yesterday when we were handing out the prizes, they come up multiple times. I mean, if you're going to do this and you're going to come all this way to Pumpkinfest, most of our growers will bring more than one thing.
And what do we come to?
232 pounds. That's a good size bushel gourd.
That is huge. Give him a big round of applause. Doug Court at well, not Doug. Doug's not 232 pounds. But his bushel gourd is. Yes. What do you weigh? I just thought I'd ask. Never mind. We'll find out later. I'll sneakily get you on that scale. Oh, here's the watermelon. Well, we won't know till we open it, right? I think we have a knife over here. I think it'll do it.
Our judge has a slightly small hacksaw.
I can't believe they trust our judge with this knife.
So the quote-unquote little watermelon is 30 pounds. So we'll just take a little chunk out and see if it is 162 and a half. That's how much Doug weighs. So you wanted to know. He did it.
Oh, it's good.
Take a little. Is it sweet?
They make the best pickles, watermelon pickles, a southern U.S. charm.
Watermelon pickles. Never even heard of such a thing. Well, now Paul's got a new thing to. Oh, you make it from the rind.
The rind is used. Oh yes, the late Dave McKellen used to make wine from them too. Yeah.
Famous for his pumpkin wine, for sure.
Yes, for sure.
Looks, yeah.
Yeah,
very nice.
you have to watch the seeds. They go down pretty rough.
Yeah, they look larger than the black seeds that you would normally see in the one you would get from the. We need a larger knife. A plate. Qualifying this as a field pumpkin. Travis Farrell, 85 and a half pounds. I've got a plate for you. Okay, now I want you to explain to me and to them why this one looks so nice and smooth and that one looks very warty.
I think the reason why that one turned bumpy, the pollination, something went weird with that. It could also be genetic as well.
A lot of them are a little bumpier, as you can see some of them over there. I wonder because kind of the stuff of nightmares right there.
Yeah, I'd agree.
So we will get his second field pumpkin on the weigh scale here. Still a number of things. We're loading up a squash over there on the harness. These guys, my back hurts just washing them. Careful, careful. Second field pumpkin for Travis. Our judge disappeared. Are you okay with this? Okay. Nope, sorry.
And I don't know what. Probably a marrow. Yes.
Oh, that's a good. It might have got some marrow in it. Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's our judge. Are you good with that? You don't care? 107 and a half pounds. That is a good size field pumpkin. Yes, you're allowed to applaud for him. That's a good effort. So Dave is handing out some watermelon from a 30-pound sample from the Mackenzies. We were just talking about Travis's field pumpkins, the two of them, but they looked very different. He wanted them both weighed. The one that was smooth and looked like a pumpkin is in the competition. The other one, we're kind of wavering on. There's no real rules, but because it is bumpy, kind of looks like a marrow, they have disqualified it because they want to keep them all looking like pumpkins. We have got a squash here. And Louise is coming towards me, so I assume it's yours? No? All right, I lied. Courtney, are you going to claim this one? Okay. Whichever court gets here first is the one who gets it. That's the game we're playing.
All right, Robin wants a break. So she'll hand out some of our 30-pound watermelon. Very sweet. Anybody that's tasted it, right? Very sweet. Very, very sweet. And is this yours? All right. Are we going in? This is a squash. Is it a squash? A bushel gourd. It's kind of a funny coloring for it. Oh. Not the other end. £327.5. Give her a good round of applause. 327.5. Aw, it's so cute. It's very lopsided, but what else would you expect from Grandpa? So again, a big thanks to, obviously the Court family is a big part of our Way Off every Sunday. Local, so if you just go out past the new police station down that road, you'd kind of turn the sweeping corner. Their farm is on the right-hand side. You'll never see any of this growing. It's hidden on that farm, as most growers do. So when they grow any of the items that you're seeing here today, they obviously attract a lot of attention. So whether it's growing in the field, so you can imagine if you saw this growing at the side of the highway, like an accident, you're probably going to pull over to have a look. And unfortunately, not everybody is nice. We did see vandalism on site the last 2 nights for the Lions Club. They do a cooking area, and there was theft of food Friday night, and unfortunately somebody tried to light it on fire last night. Somebody was walking by, they put the fire out. The Lions Club is still able to do their fundraising, but it just goes to show that not everybody is nice, not everybody is honest, and one of these sitting at the side of the road could certainly be an attraction for somebody. So most of the growers take them well off the beaten path. They're sitting back in fields. And unfortunately, Doug Court told us yesterday about a problem that he had with that. Towards the back of his property, the river runs through, and that allows the bears to be able to get access to it. And he lost quite a few pumpkins and squash this year because of a black bear. So black bears just take a look at this like a pie. They tear it apart. We are also talking to Bob and Elaine McKenzie, and they are beekeepers as well as growing giant things on their farm. And they had a bear that decided to tear apart some of their beehives. So it is a fairly prevalent issue in our area, being black bears and the black bear population. If you are vacationing in Port Elgin, we have, I believe, one that kind of is in the beach area, and then we don't know if it's 1 or 2 out by Doug's property. But black bear. They're not aggressive to you in any way, shape, or form. They just want to eat your pumpkin.
Field pumpkin, one of each. One for you, one for him. All right.
Okay, so who goes first? Is it Ralph? Joseph goes first. All right. Ralph took the time out of his busy life to teach Joseph how to grow things, and now Joseph is repaying him by beating him.
93 pounds is what we've got for this field pumpkin. Yes,
yeah.
indeed.
Give Joseph a nice round of applause. 93 pounds. You're not winning this competition. You're not winning this one. No. No. I think Ralph's got this one. That is a big, that's a...
But you know what? To most of us, they look about the same size. How do you know?
Measurements, circumference, end to end, and then side to side.
So that is the formula that they use, not only on the smaller ones, but the big ones as well, just to get an idea where they are.
After decades of growing field pumpkin, giant squash, there is calculations that have been done based on that distance. The only thing that becomes really an issue, how much air is inside there, and how thick is the skin. Those two things can add.
One would
or
assume
subtract.
the bigger that the pumpkin gets, the skin will start to thin out.
Normally.
All right, did Ralph beat him? Not by much.
Oh.
95 pounds.
I think this one weighs light. Does it? The measurements on that one probably about 110. There you go.
Oh, there you go.
So it weighed light. You still beat him. But it
Just
doesn't
barely.
matter. Just barely
So
doesn't
it
matter.
proves that the formula isn't always correct. It just gives you an idea.
They don't ask
But you
how.
just never know.
Who did the growing area? Just a reminder to all of the registered growers, there is lunch available for you in the registration area under the blue tent. That is for growers only. Yeah, I know.
But thank you to all one of our sponsors who provides lunch, who helps us put this all together. So many great sponsors and community partners, and it takes them all to make something this big a success.
And to the general public, we're sorry for forcing you to eat funnel cake, potato tornadoes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Beaver
I'm
tails.
Sorry. The if you haven't had them, the loaded fries out there. Oh yeah. Because
I assume kettle corn is out there somewhere too. We haven't been able to walk around, but that's always a favorite.
my theory in life: once you're insured, who cares? Get at her.
Oh, another bushel gourd coming our way. Got a lot of questions about that yesterday. Somebody asked me if it was a tomato. I said, no, we
Nope.
get them big, but not quite that big.
We are into some enormous bushel gourds.
And that's a nice green color. Ones earlier today, a little lighter green. This one has some very nice color to it. And who belong? This is the Mackenzies?
Bob and no, now this one is Elaine and Bob McKenzie.
It's Elaine's.
Yes.
We're going to give it to Elaine.
Sometimes we do Bob and Elaine, but this one is Elaine and Bob. For sure. I think it's interesting that we have a fair number of high school kids getting their volunteer time in, being a part of Pumpkinfest. Look at the kind of care they put in to moving someone's bushel gourd, pumpkin, and squash.
They were warned.
And yet, they'll throw on a football helmet and try and destroy each other tomorrow. You just wait. Good job, guys. You thought this was going to be an easy job.
Any thoughts? Any guesses? Is it bigger than you thought? You did not.
Yeah.
Bob said, I goes 253 as he looks at the scale.
253
That's
pounds.
a lot of bushel gourd.
Bigger than we thought? Does it really? Wow. That's good seed then, and didn't weigh light.
Do bushel gourds ever thin out the way pumpkins do? They seem to be quite a dense. They're solid.
Oh,
so
really?
There's no.
Oh, sorry. We got to get you to say that. So, difference between this and a pumpkin. I know we've cut giant pumpkins open before, and there's usually a pretty big cavity. There's some seed pods in there. What's the difference with this?
When you cut these open, it's like a solid mass of flesh. I guess they're bushel gourd flesh with the seeds mixed in with the fruit. I guess it's all just solid. There's no hollow spot.
And that's why they obviously weigh as heavy as they do. Okay. Show some love to your bushel gourd.
Again, the things you learn.
I'm going to cut up some more because we got more hungry people.
I'm going to check on our 50-50 while you do that. Back when, making me feel old. I made it. So our jackpot has grown a couple of $1,000s, sitting at about $16,000 on our 50-50. That is the overall jackpot. So somebody is going home with at least $8,000. So make sure you get your tickets. Going to draw that at 6 o'clock tonight. I did write it down, so let me see if I can find that. So one ticket is $5, 5 for 10, 15 for 20, or 50 for 50. Obviously, the more you get, the better the deal. And the more you get, the bigger the jackpot will grow. If you're joining us in the growing area, by all means, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. We've still got a few things to weigh, and we've got the pet show coming up in about half an hour, an hour's time. What do you have? Obviously, the root from a pumpkin.
Here, if you grab that end, Robin, I'm going to grab this end, and we'll talk about this. All right. So, this is what a vine looks like for a giant pumpkin. So on the end that I'm standing, that's the root end. So that would be in the ground, the only part. You either bury the vine or support it. So you put dirt underneath it or around it to support it to make sure that it doesn't cave in on itself. You see all these little fingers. That would be flowers. So you can pollinate the plant with itself or another plant. So there's a male part of the plant, it's called the pistil. The female part, for lack of a better term, the flower. And you pollinate that. So you take the pistil, rub it into the flower will close up.
And as we take this around, you can see this one right here.
That one right there would have been a little pumpkin. Then we strip off the pumpkins we don't want to grow, and at the other end where she is standing would be where the pumpkin itself is. This is not a very long vine. Some of the vines go 20 feet. This isn't that long, but it is very, very heavy. So that's what the vine looks like. So if you'd like to grow a giant pumpkin, about 20 by 20 plot per pumpkin or squash, about 400 square feet.
And obviously, once you get one that looks like it's going to be the one that grows,
Okay, let's put
you
it
cut
over.
everything off so that all the little ones don't suck all the nutrients out of the vine.
And there you go. So the idea is to do the pollination, although Peter, that plant pollinated without him being there. So he got lucky. A bee came in and did the correct thing to pollinate. You don't know if a bee does it, where that comes from, right? That could come from 10 fields over, and it could be cross-pollinating corn with your giant pumpkin, and then you're not going to end up with anything out of it. So you try and make sure you're up to do it. The flower is open 1 week out of the year. So this gets planted on May 2-4 weekend, 1st of June. Then when you transfer it out into your plot, wherever that might be, that's when you start getting ready for pollination. The flower opens up. You have to be in the field at about 5 a.m. for 1 week to catch the flower open and do the pollination.
That's before it even starts to grow, and you got to take care of it.
Yeah, and then you got to take care
There's
of
a
it.
lot that goes into it. And some of our young growers found that out. These samples that you see on the table were from our young growers competition. The local hardware store, very nice to hand out seeds and let the children give it a try, see what they could come up with. And some of them did very, very well. Very large pumpkins, sunflower face, got some cucumbers over here that they did very well. Some of them are bigger than the children themselves. And a couple of sunflowers. So a great start for a lot of growers. And a number of them have been doing it for a few years, and some of the older ones have things that they were able to put in our competition that we are doing right now.
Yeah, and we've ended up with a lot more things to weigh than we thought today, so we are going to be extended a little bit longer than we thought. There's a pet show set for 2 o'clock. That'll be 2:30 at least, maybe a little bit later. This one, I'm thinking squash.
I think it's a squash. The Mackenzies, I believe.
So is this Elaine and Bob or Bob and Elaine? Elaine and Bob, it is. Longtime supporters
So what
of
are you
Pumpkinfest.
thinking? Did you measure this one? What are you thinking?
It measures roughly 400 pounds.
Okay. That's a solid stem on it for sure.
Yeah, good.
So how accurate was our measuring formula?
Wow. That was super accurate.
That was pretty close.
396 pounds worth of squash. You got some accurate seed. Holy cow. It's not very often that we see that. It either weighs heavy or light. These are right on. Once again, if you're ever interested in learning more about how to do this, we have the GVGO with us today. The Giant Vegetable Growers of Ontario. Pat is over there in the white shirt, the white Hawaiian shirt. To become a member of the GVGO is $30 per year. For that, they send you a seed package at the beginning of the year. So next year, you get a package that's been donated by the different growers around Ontario. So you're going to get pumpkin seeds, you're going to get squash seeds, you're going to get watermelon seeds, you're going to get tomato seeds, you're going to get all of that included in the package for $30. Now consider this. The value of the pumpkin seed from a giant Atlantic pumpkin averages between $100 and $200 per seed. And we're going to get you an entire bag of them, plus all of the other items that you see for $30.
And to add to that, if you have a pumpkin or a squash that is a world record holder, or any kind of record obviously is going to put up the value, but a world record giant pumpkin, the seeds are quite literally worth their weight in gold. They will cost more than gold per weight.
I think the highest seed price, I was talking to one of the growers yesterday, the highest seed price they've seen, $400 for a seed.
One seed.
Yeah.
And you're really hoping that it sprouts something for that price.
So as an example, yesterday with Jeff Warner winning our championship, 1966.5, that's the largest pumpkin ever grown in Ontario and the largest pumpkin ever weighed here at Pumpkinfest. So that was $3,200 is what he got for that pumpkin. This is not a financially good investment. The amount of time that you take to grow and baby and take care, and it's not one pumpkin, that's one he brought, so you might have 5 or 6 growing. You don't want to divide that out by the amount of time you took. You're not getting paid very much. But it's all about fun, family, friendship. And that's what this event is about in the community, and that's what this event is about for the growers. You can see they all gather over there, and they're not talking about last night's attack game. They're talking about, what did you do? Oh, I found this worked really well. What did you do? Oh, that didn't work so well. And they're just sharing ideas. And we also see them gather at the different events. So we saw many of the growers attending the concerts that were held as a part of it this year. So we had the Roadhammers, Jason McCoy on Friday night, and we had 5440 last night. Growers and fans everywhere attending those events. And every event that you see that's a part of the Pumpkinfest site, it's all family related, right? It's the Midway, the car show, which had an estimated 1,200 cars at it yesterday. I mean, it's all about family. And when we get to see here in the Way Off area, so many kids, so many families that are attending, that's the whole purpose of what we're doing. That's what we want.
And generations that are growing. And if you've ever made anything yourself, a lot of the time it's just the pride of seeing, if you made a 600-pound pumpkin last year, can you make a 700-pound pumpkin this year? And watching it grow and how it results. And you'll see the growers will bring a number of different things. And even if they know they don't have the biggest pumpkin, they're still going to bring it. They're still going to come to Pumpkinfest because they want to see everybody. That's the kind of atmosphere that is here.
And the only kind of thanks that you get for growing this is whatever happens here, right? You bring the pumpkin or squash and you put it on the weigh scale and you get your 1 minute of fame. And I think that's the other thing that most of us don't get is we don't see the time put into doing this, and really all they get out of it is a few dollars to help pay for the fertilizer that they put on this, none for the time they put into it.
No.
But all they get is people saying, hey, this is pretty cool. I'm going to pay $10 at the door to come in and see what this is.
Well, Doug is hovering, so I'm sure this is his. Now, I'm assuming that's going to be judged as orange. So is this going to be judged as a pumpkin?
Oh,
I don't know.
I don't know.
Where's our judge? There he is.
Here comes the judge.
Uh-oh, here come the judge. Here come the judge. Of course you were talking.
Does it?
Big hollow underneath. Oh, now everybody's looking.
Really? Let's have a look. Okay, that's good. Oh my goodness, look at it. My hand would disappear. A mouse nest underneath it. So
wow, no wonder.
This one grew on a mouse nest, or actually, it didn't grow. The mouse went underneath and made a nest. And then so what it's done is punch the bottom up and in. That's kind of neat.
So are we qualifying this as a squash or a pumpkin? Oh, judge says it's a squash.
Good. I would agree. Not that that matters. Yes, I believe that's a squash. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we heard earlier your grandchildren, great-grandchildren, were making fun of Louise and her squash, so. No, it was smaller.
So this one comes in. That's good.
That's still a good size.
They haven't updated that yet. Don't pay attention to that
That's
board.
yesterday's, yes.
261 pounds. 261.
That's a solid squash.
For Doug Court's squash. Who's responsible to make Thanksgiving dinner at your house? And do you have squash? On the barbecue. Didn't know you could do that. Oh, yeah. Only Louise is allowed to touch flame, let's be honest. I didn't realize you couldn't barbecue it. So sorry, I got to find out more. So do you slice it and barbecue it as a slice, or do you scoop it out?
Slices. Oh. And you leave the odd seed and let the odd seed sort of ferment and be crisp. And then you spit them out.
Yes. Oh, wow. I've never heard of that before. I wonder if we'll get an invitation to the Court household for barbecued squash.
One day you'll get an invitation, just like the Bears do.
And you'll be as welcome as the Bears. That's awesome. There. So now, for those people that ask, is it edible? Yep, there you go. Anything's edible, just depends on your palate.
We barbecue everything.
Yeah, barbecue everything. Oh.
No, I didn't know that. They were saying about the different squashes that you can buy, and pepper squash and acorn squash and all that. Most of us would roast it and scoop it out, but you can just slice it and eat the rind as well. I'm telling you, the things you learn at Pumpkinfest. If you head over to our smaller table, and I use that word sparingly, you'll see a couple of marrows over there that are right in front by the chain. If you're wondering a lot of people asked us yesterday if they were zucchini. They are not, they are marrows. You'll also see an Easter egg plant, which is appropriately named, and I believe she called it a toothache plant. So the ones with the yellower fruit would be the Easter egg plant, and the other one is a toothache plant. It is something that ancestors would have crushed up and would have eaten if they had a toothache to help them with that. As a number of plants back in the day, that's the way you didn't go to the doctor, you just did it yourself. We had the Mackenzies nice enough to let us cut up one of their 30-pound watermelons, which is big enough. People wondered, what does it taste like? Does it taste the same? Well, you be the judge. We have some. Now, the seeds are larger than the ones you would get in the grocery store, so please be careful with those. Those would not go down well. If you have a chance, as you're over there at our smaller thing, we got some cabbages, some sunflower heads, and yesterday we had a North American record of a sunflower that grew over 28 feet. That is the sunflower that is closest to you at the chain. And then you can see some of the other entries that we received today, which in themselves would still be quite lengthy, but you get a perspective as to just how long 28 feet of sunflower is. And I don't think that was a grammatically correct sentence. Nope, not at all. Nice orange pumpkin. That belongs to Travis. Hoping for 400. And as we were saying, being smaller, it'll be thicker. So here's hoping. Have you tried pumpkin before?
Yep. Yeah, this is probably about my fourth or fifth.
And your personal best?
Around 700.
All right, so I don't think we're going to beat that today, but still. Did you find the growing season all right?
It wasn't too bad, but we had a lot of bugs. That was our issue this year.
Bugs, yes, that could be especially, we were talking to the Mackenzies earlier about the cabbage. Cabbage in particular will get a lot of insects on it. So you were hoping for 400. Well, you did all right. 469 and a half pounds. Good, solid pumpkin. And nice and orange, as we were mentioning earlier about Howard Dill, the man who genetically came up with the seeds to grow the giant Atlantic pumpkins. His big thing, there were giant pumpkins at the time, but they were that greeny, really pale color. He was coming up with seeds, one, to make them grow large, but two, he wanted them to be orange. And that is a nice orange pumpkin. And in his honor, on the Saturday, we do give away a Howard Dill Award for the orangest pumpkin that we have. As you were checking out the different things we have at the fence, we do have our second place pumpkin from yesterday. Feel free to take pictures with it. We just ask that you don't lean on it or touch it. But eventually our grower was ever so nice to donate that in 2 weeks' time, 2 weeks from today. The Saugeen Shores Community Church, which is the facility that we're in, do a fundraiser for the Women's Center, and they drop pumpkins. They drop some of the pumpkins that the growers are nice enough to leave behind. And our second place from yesterday, go ahead, Joanne, you're good. He was nice enough to donate that, so that is going to be the biggest one I think we have ever dropped. There's going to be shrapnel everywhere. It's going to make such a thud. So make sure that is on your to-do calendar 2 weeks from today, to be behind the church here and see some of those pumpkins go up on the crane, and then we let them fly. Pet show is to come, but we had a good problem that we had a lot of things to weigh and measure today, a little more than expected. So we shall be wrapping that up in the not too near future. However, the pet show was planned for 2 o'clock. It'll probably be more like 2:30 by the time we get to it. But for those pets who have arrived, please find a seat and enjoy the way off. And we will be getting to that as soon as we can. Over here we have the results from our junior competition at the beginning of the season. Home Hardware, nice enough to open up the store and make seeds available for whatever the children would like to try. and they had some very good results. Over here we have cabbage that the Mackenzies brought in for us today. They were the winners yesterday with 56-pound cabbage. This one not quite as large, but still a lot larger than you would find in the grocery store. Some field pumpkins, a nice-sized watermelon over there, a lot of sunflower faces and marrows. So please feel free to ask your questions, to take pictures, and find out more. Oh, we also have, so if growers come up with something they didn't plan on bringing, such as a tomato that just got unusually large, or a carrot that went all wonky, they bring it in. We have an other category, which is basically just judged on how weird and wonderful it looks. So over there, one of our entries is, I believe, a 169-pound rutabaga. It's a very large rutabaga. 6-pound tomato from Doug Cord was their winner yesterday in the tomato category. So some nice things still over there for you to check out. Well, here comes Courtney, so I don't know if we can believe that she actually grew any of this, or she's just... Why the face? Why the face?
I'm just laughing because, you were saying that, oh, here comes Courtney, but it might not be her stuff.
Is this actually your stuff?
Yes, this is my bushel gourd.
Okay.
My actual bushel gourd.
It does. It's got a little point to it. Usually bushel gourds are very round. This one kind of has a peak to it like a Hershey's Kiss. But looks very nice. Judge is good with it. 127 pounds. Good effort on the... Why?
No, it's more. Look.
Yeah. So you think it should have been smaller or larger? Oh, it doesn't look big enough to be 127 pounds. We should, if we need a bigger saw than the one we have. But the Mackenzies were saying earlier the bushel gourds weigh so much heavier because unlike a pumpkin or a squash that's hollow in the middle, these ones are not. They are solid flesh with the seeds kind of intermingling in there. On this pumpkin, I think we're going to have the judge take a look at the stem. We were worried about a couple of holes that are in the stem.
Just got an update from 50/50. We don't have anything to do with that. We're neutral on all of this. We love you. Well, you should have. It's kind of. So
we don't make the rules, Courtney.
50/50. Jackpot is now $16,500. So the winner will take home half of that. $82.50 and growing
and
to
growing,
the winner.
And Pumpkinfest and the Marine Heritage Society teamed up today, so that's where the other half will go.
Wow. That is an income.
Well, as you were saying how not-for-profit it is to grow large vegetables, as our winner yesterday took home a $3,200 check for growing a 19,000-plus pound pumpkin.
No, 1,900.
1,900, I'm sorry. 1,900. You could walk home with more than twice that from just being a part of the 50/50.
Yeah. Better income,
So
less time.
Is Louis, are you going to qualify? You're going to claim this?
And this is field or it's a field?
Pumpkin.
Okay.
118.5 pounds.
That's a great field pumpkin. Now,
it's better than your squash.
Wow. Even the announcers are all over you for that.
Louise, you know I love you.
So your husband was telling me that you have a field that maybe has a lot of field pumpkins in it. How do you go through the field and figure out what one you're going to bring? Or is that something you leave to somebody else?
Leave that to somebody else because I ain't picking up those puppies.
No, you're not going to pick that up. No.
He's got some attraction. He's very, very good looking.
In relation to how pumpkins look, it is a good looking pumpkin, yes. Yes. You can still get tickets. What a great question. Tickets for 50/50 are available right over there from that girl in the big hat and the one beside her. See the hat that says
There's what you want to be known as, the girl in the big hat and the one beside her.
Get some tickets. You're not going to win. Paul said he is, but you might finish second, and that'd be pretty good.
So here's a good example of how you'll see the difference between a pumpkin and a field pumpkin. How the field pumpkins have elongated.
Yeah, it's mostly, they're going to grow on the ground, so that helps them kind of stretch out. That giant Atlantic pumpkin, different seed, which is a more rounded look to it. We're going to talk a little bit more about how to grow a giant Atlantic pumpkin in just a couple of minutes. We're going to let our volunteers get things moved around here. This next pumpkin that we're going to weigh, if you take a look right where the stem is, so the end where it would be attached to the vine, you're going to see 3 holes. So the rule is, and you're going to see our judge, Paul, come
Use
out with
technical equipment to do this.
very technical equipment.
It's a twist tie.
It's a zip tie.
Zip tie.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's going to take a zip tie and put it in the hole. If any hole, the rule is, any hole or crack goes through completely to the interior of the pumpkin or squash, it is not eligible. We're still going to weigh it because we want to know what that weighed from a seed standpoint, but it can't be entered in the competition. Not that we don't trust everybody that comes here, but you could put something inside the pumpkin. You could inject things in there. Who knows what's inside?
And poor Courtney lost one last year for that very reason, so she's hoping that
she is still angry about that. Don't even get her started.
She's bitter.
Okay, so
here come the judge.
With the camera, we can see them. They're the holes. So Paul is going to, you know, that whole tool cost 8 cents. I'm next. I don't even want to, it's good?
None of them go
good.
through.
Here we go. There to go, Court. Be happy now. Nice pumpkin at 244 pounds. Give her a good round of applause, a 244-pounder. But we got a couple, one in particular. Anybody who is sitting at this end, if you look straight down, you can see a really big one.
Not the one with all the writing on it.
No.
That was from yesterday.
Further, right to the far end, you can see a nice
orange one?
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's a big one. So, we're going to grow a giant pumpkin. First, we start with the appropriate seed. So it's not a regular pumpkin seed. We're going to get the correct seed to get it started. We're going to get it started around May 2-4 weekend, first week of June. These pumpkins, the big ones, take only about 110 days to grow. Not that long a growing season. How long it grows does not make it grow bigger. You just got to be able to get it growing at the right speed. Then we transfer it into the ground and we see it start to grow. I don't know where there's the vine. We'll pull this back. So now we get it into the ground and we get what's called the root going. This would be the root to a giant pumpkin. So that's the only part that's in the ground. We're going to grow our pumpkin or squash on top of that skid, not on the ground. On the ground means moisture. Moisture means soft. Soft means your pumpkin's going to rot. It's grown on top of the skid. It also is difficult when that pumpkin hits 1,000 pounds to get it off the ground and put a skid under it. So you got to grow it on top because it doesn't care. The only part it cares about is that part being in the ground and sucking up all the nutrients. On a vine, you're going to see all these little offshoots. That was all potentially a pumpkin. That was all flowers. So the flower will open up 1 week out of the year. When the flower opens up, she is ready for the pistil, male portion of the plant. You take that, rub it into the flower will close, and now we have the beginning of a pumpkin or a squash. We might grow 5 of them on that vine. Eventually, one of them is going to be bigger. We're going to trim the rest off and allow all of the energy to go to one. We're going to water it daily. We're going to give it fertilizer daily. We're going to support but cover the vine daily. Upwards of 150 gallons of water a day. That's a lot. I know. So don't do this in town. Your water bill will be nuts. Now we're going to get it growing. We're going to trim everything else off, make sure it's growing so it gets to that end. And we're going to hope that we get it to peak just at the time it's time to pick it to come to Pumpkinfest. The bigger ones will gain average 40 to 50 pounds per night. Most of the growth occurs in that pumpkin overnight, not during the day because of the heat. But overnight is when it'll be 40 to 50 pounds, although the world record was growing at about 70 pounds per night. Now we get close to time to pick it. We pick it, we chop it off. That happens to be down here where it was. The pumpkin that we weighed earlier today was attached right there. Now we pick it, we get it on the trailer, and we start making our way to Pumpkinfest. We put the vine in a bag or bucket of water because the pumpkin or squash, watermelon, what have you, is still trying to grow. It doesn't know that it's not attached to the vine. And the whole idea is to keep it drinking water so we lose as much or lose as little weight as possible to when we get here to the weigh off. So that sounds like it's a lot of stuff to do, it's because it is. This is not plant it, walk away, come back in 3 months, ta-da! That's not how it works. So there's a lot of energy and expertise that goes into growing these or to grow a giant sunflower or what have you.
Yes, and then you could put all that effort in and it grows too fast, too quickly, and it splits or it rots or a bear smells it and decides that that looks like a good lunch. Or the mice decide it looks like a good home, and there's a lot of different things. Bob, Elaine, come over here.
All right.
Because this looks like a dandy.
Bob and Elaine McKenzie, previous champions here at Pumpkinfest. Give them a nice round of applause. They are incredible contributors to this event every single year.
And they live just down the road in Tiverton.
So if you can, where's the farm? I know that you don't have these so people can see them, so I'm not worried about that. Where's your farm?
It's directly west of Tiverton on County Road 15, about 2.5 kilometers west of Tiverton.
Got it. Can you see the Bruce Power? You can see Bruce Power from where you are. Okay.
This is a nice orange color.
Yeah.
And you have been so dead on with your measurements. What did it measure?
This one measures about 960 pounds, I believe.
Well, you're a little off on this one, and that's okay. Oh, my goodness.
964 and a half pounds. Give them a round of applause. Just a touch under 1,000.
I know. We should make up a new prize for accuracy. I don't know. You're 4.5 pounds off. I don't think we're going to qualify that.
That is incredible. I can't think of any seed, the last couple of things that they've weighed, I can't think of any seed that's been ever that accurate. That's crazy. So the measurement that the growers are talking about, here I can do it actually on this one because it's facing the right way. So there's a measurement that goes here to here, then it's here to here, and what's the third one? Around that way, right? Okay. Then we take all of that, add it up, then there's a chart after, how many years have giants been? 40 years?
It's got to be, 40 years.
So there's a chart that's been gathered from that information over the last 40 years. So you take all of those measurements, add them up, go to the chart and look at it, and that's what they're saying when the growers go, well, it measures 960 pounds. That's what this one measured, 960, and came in at 964 and a half. That is how accurate that chart can be. Give them a nice round of applause, and that's great family. Thank you very much. The Mackenzies from Tiverton. Now, I don't think they think that can win today.
There's one more down there.
There's one more, and it's big. And it's got a neat story that goes with it.
Oh, does it now? And again, the measurements are wonderful, but you never know, because the bigger it grows, the thinner the skin becomes. So you never know just how thick the walls are of the pumpkin. That'll make a difference on how much it weighs.
We also don't know if the bottom of it is soft. We do find out the first time it gets picked up.
Yes, because it's been grown on the skid, obviously, so you can, because there's no other way you're going to lift a pumpkin that heavy. And we did have one of those situations a few years ago. Thank goodness we had an outdoor tent. He thought it was a little soft on the bottom, and then we picked it up, and it was, and it just went. And it was soft because it was rotten.
Smelled
and it
horrible.
did not smell good.
So about to come to the weigh scale is the pumpkin we believe will be the biggest weigh today. Yeah. Also still on display our number 2 pumpkin from yesterday at 1,785 and a half pounds. Dave Patura is the grower, or was the grower of that. And immediately following the weigh-off, Dave said, I'm going to donate that pumpkin to the church. So for those who don't know, this is our old arena, but now a church in town. And they, 2 Sundays from today, not next Sunday, but the Sunday after, are going to take pumpkins, including a 1,785 and a half pound pumpkin. They're going to raise it up in the air and drop it.
That's going to be loud.
It's awesome.
Bring a raincoat, bring an umbrella.
Yeah.
There's going to be shrapnel.
It's
So that is our final entry for today. The big pumpkin at the far end there.
I know. Let's bring our grower up. Where is he? There you go.
There we go.
Yep.
Yep. They saved you for last. And that's always a good sign, because that means everybody thinks it's the biggest one. You can accuse us of being dramatic. We like having the big ones.
We're never dramatic. All right. Give us your name and where you're from.
Nate Hogendorn from Clinton.
All right. Nate's been with us a few times. Look at this. Is this going to be your best effort ever? It's your orangest effort, best effort ever.
It should be my best one ever, just by a hair.
All right. So I'm not even going to ask you what your best one be, because I don't want people to know what the weight's going to be on this. But I don't know if the Mackenzies believe they can beat you. I think everybody has picked you to pick up the championship this year. What are your thoughts?
Well, I don't want to jinx myself.
Okay, good, good. We talk a lot about the amount of time it takes to grow one of these. Like it is a whole summer commitment, correct? For you and maybe members of your family. Like a lot of people have to be around to help.
Yeah, that's for sure true. Like last year I didn't make it, and I went away for a vacation for once and just didn't get the pollination, and then never recovered after that. So, yeah.
You're nervous. I can tell you're nervous.
Yeah.
All right.
So, measure, did we talk about what, do we have a guess on what you think?
No, we don't want him to guess because he thinks it's a personal best. But if it's a personal best, I think he wins, and we don't want to tell people he might win. All right. This really spread out. You can now see why a bear would love to eat that. And we do see them. They come with bear claw marks on them all the time. This is a giant Atlantic pumpkin. Originated off of the east coast of Canada, out of Nova Scotia is where these pumpkins came from. The orange color came from a farm in Nova Scotia, in Windsor, Nova Scotia, from Howard Dill. The farm still operates today by his children. He's the one who said pumpkins need to be orange, and he bred the color back into the pumpkins. He's also the farm where hockey originated. The Long Pond on Dill Farm in Windsor, Nova Scotia, which was a feature on Hockey Day in Canada a few years back. All right, let's cover it up. We did.
Covered it all up.
I'm nervous.
That is a solid top on it. Like that's.
Well, let's look. Are there any holes? Let's scare him. Did you? Oh, I see one. Nah, I don't. Sorry. No, this is a solid effort.
Are you ready?
Is
So
he
we got
ready?
a drum
It
roll.
has nothing to do
Okay,
with
give
me.
us a drum roll. No, that's not.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
0.5, doesn't matter. 9, 1, 3, 1,319 and a half pounds. Personal best, not a personal best, but looks like the winner for today. Give him a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest pumpkin you're going to see today for the Way Off for Pumpkinfest, 1,319 and a half. Take some pictures. That's why you came to Pumpkinfest. We will be going directly to the award ceremony for the growers here very, very quickly. Another thing, could we have a nice round of applause for a couple of different groups? First of all these people that you see in the green shirts that are here loading and unloading and doing all of that stuff and the planning that goes on behind the scenes, all of our volunteers, and they're not just in this building, they are all around this site. Could we have a nice round of applause for the hundreds of volunteers it takes to put on Pumpkinfest? Number two, here in the grow area, there's a couple of people that don't get enough recognition. They spend time studying to be the judges, and sometimes they have tough decisions to make. We have Paul here, Morgan, who's taking care of our small items over on the table. Could we have a nice round of applause for the folks that are actually more educated than we are, way behind the scenes? Thank you very much, as always, for what you do. Yeah, well, you're not really in front. Third group of people we need to say thank you to are all the people that take their entire summer and go and plant and grow and fertilize and don't take a vacation and call their friends for help and go through all of that. And that is all of our growers. One more time, a round of applause for all of these people that do the most important work, and that is growing.
Because we can't do this without them.
It's an awfully boring weigh-off when we haven't got something to weigh. We are just a couple of minutes away from the award ceremony. Yep. Immediately following that will be the pet show. And actually this year we're just going to turn the mics over and they're going to do the pet show by themselves. I like it.
Lovely.
So we can
And I see some nice animals here already.
Yeah. So we can go and buy stuff and finish our 50-50, etc. Maybe see some of the car show. So if you're done watching at home, thank you very much for joining us for the 39th year of Port Elgin Pumpkinfest. Year number 40 coming up. I don't know what we're going to do to make it bigger, but something's going to happen. Or stick around, because we are going to do the award ceremony shortly, and we'd love for you to be a part of that. Robin Woods, thank you for your time. It's always
Dave
a pleasure.
Middleton.
All right.
Entertaining as always.
Yes, we have fun. We'll be back momentarily for the award ceremony. Just a really quick announcement before we get to the pet show. Any growers, sorry to those of you that have sat in your couch and waited for the prizes to be given away, but if you want to watch the pet show, can we broadcast that? All right, good. As long as you guys are okay. As long as Global's okay, we're going to do that. Okay. So we're going to broadcast the pet show too. But for any of the growers, we're going to do your awards because it's nice and sunny now. We're going to do it out behind the building so we don't hold up the pet show. So any growers who were waiting for the award ceremony, please go behind the building. That's where we're going to give you your prizes in just a few minutes. For those of you that are here, we see a few pets. We have the folks here ready to go. So let's get ready for the 39th Port Elgin Pumpkinfest Pet Show. Oh, that is a keeper.
Good afternoon, everybody. I heard the applause that you guys gave to the pumpkins, and I'm not getting anything back. So we're going to start off. We're going to try and raise the energy in the room. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all of the gentlemen to stomp your feet twice on the count of 3. We can get a little bit more. After the gentlemen, we're going to get the ladies to clap once. One single clap. Now. Gentlemen, stomping. Clap. We're going to try that again. We seem to be only getting one side as well. So let's get all of the gentlemen stomping our feet once. Ladies, right after the second stomp, we're going to clap. Keep going. We're trying to get the baseline going. Thank you. We're finally getting some energy that we need to encourage these dogs to come out of the stands and join us out on the stage here. We are not necessarily here to rock you, but we are going to have some fun. We have our agility course here. We'd like to invite all of the families that have their dogs out here to come up, introduce yourselves, and run our agility course. And then at the end, join us in the winter circle for a photo and our prize giveaways. Love it. So anybody that has their dogs, if you would like to come to the other end here and meet Jen, forming a line, we'll get you coming up this way so that we can do an intro, a meet and greet, and then run our course. By the way, we are the staff of the Global Pet Foods in Port Elgin. My name is Trevor. This is Callisto, and that is Jennifer down at the end. And we would love to have as many pets come up and run our course. Just before we get started, I'm going to have Callisto take our demonstration dog and demonstrate what the dogs are going to have to do in this course. So she is going to weave through the pylons faster and faster, and then make the 2 jumps, and then come back down to the end and take a photo in the winner circle. So we have our first participant coming up. Yes, it's awesome. Just a little bit further. Excellent. Sure, we can jump him up on the stage here. Do you want to jump up as well so you can introduce him? What is his name?
Leroy.
Pardon?
Leroy.
And Leroy, what is Leroy's breed?
Boston Terrier.
He's a Boston Terrier. Does he have any special talents that he does?
Can do some tricks?
Does he do tricks?
Yes.
He does tricks?
Yeah.
Here, Bruce. Here. Here.
Does he have any allergies? No. Yeah, just bust one open. So what we'll get you to do is demonstrate one of the tricks. I'm going to give you some treats so that you can bribe him. So just a couple of them in there.
Lay down, Leroy. Lay down, Leroy. Lay down. Leroy, lay down. Lay down, Leroy.
We're so close to the lay down.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next year. Do you have any predictions on how Leroy is going to do through the course?
Good?
He's going to do good?
Yeah.
Excellent. Does Leroy have any social media? Because our dogs need to work and earn a living as well.
No.
Excellent. Let's hear a round of applause for Leroy before he runs the course. Maybe if you run with him, just show him where he needs to go. And the first jump. If we can get Leroy to come back this way and pose in our winner's circle for a photo with our team. See if there's anything else. Excellent. Thank you very much, Leroy. Did we have another volunteer to jump through our hoops, run our course, and deal with our difficult trivia? Any takers? I see them out here, and yet nobody wants to jump over the guardrail and run the course. Come on over, let's go. Won't even make you run to the other side. Excellent. That's amazing. I ask for one, I get two. Do you want to take one of them that way, and then I'll take...
This is Rocky.
Come over. Excellent. So let's encourage Rocky up onto the little stage here. Excellent, thank you. So this is Rocky. What is Rocky's breed?
He is a mutt.
Excellent. Does he have any special talents, tricks? Is he a singer?
He knows how to sit and great at fetch.
Fantastic. Let's see what we can get him to do when we provide him with the appropriate motivation. That's amazing. How do you think that he's going to do on our obstacle course today?
I think he's going to be the best dog yet.
That is a high standard. Does he have any social media that you want to plug? Because dogs got to work as well.
No social media.
Okay, let's see what he can do on the course. First dog to make the first jump. First dog to try under the second jump. Excellent. Let's have Rocky come back to the winner's circle to get his photo and his participation gift bag. Okay, well, our next dog is going to be Jack. If we can get Jack to the center stage. We have been told that Jack sits pretty, so we're going to see if he will sit pretty before bribery or whether he will need a treat. Oh, there is Jack. What is Jack's breed?
Belgian Malinois and Mastiff.
Fantastic. Does Jack do any additional treats other than sitting pretty?
Sit, lay down.
The standard ploy, excellent. Does he have any social media that he needs to plug?
Nope.
No, we don't have any influencer dogs yet. How do you feel that he will do on our course today?
We'll see.
I love the optimism. Okay, let's hear it for Jack running our course.
The poles might be a little small for him.
Excellent. Let's hear it for Jack. If we can get Jack to come back to the winner's circle so he can get his photo and get his gift participation bag. Who do we have coming up next? So we have Hurley coming up to center stage.
I love her outfit. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna get you to come up here. Will you sit?
He also sits pretty good.
Oh, I didn't know he sat pretty as well. Well, we will we'll get him to sit pretty, and then we'll get the interview going.
Oh, she can stand too. What a good girl.
Let's hear the applause. And chasing down that treat, amazing. So we've seen some amazing tricks from Hurley. Oh.
Wow, look at her. So good.
Fantastic. And what is her breed?
He is a red retriever.
Red Retriever, excellent. And how do we feel that he's going to do on the course today?
I think he's going to do pretty good.
Excellent. Are we plugging any social media? Is he working?
No social media.
Okay, we don't have any influencers yet, but we will get somebody. So let's hear it for him. We're going to get Hurley to run our course. Dodging the first jump. The reverse jump.
Take it with him.
Amazing. And we'll get him back for his gift bag. Loves those tender rollies.
Got chicken or
Because we had so many treats on that one, we're going to reward you guys even more. We have some of our carrier reps that have provided us with some t-shirts, so we'll get you one of those as well. Do we have anyone else that would like to run our course? Any children that would like to run our course? What's your name?
Avia Miller.
Excellent. How do you think you're going to do on our course? Better than the dogs? Worse than the dogs?
I guess I can still, but I guess I can do better.
Do you have pets at home?
I have a dog.
You have a dog at home? What's your dog's name?
Ellie.
Excellent. What's Ellie's favorite treat?
I don't know.
What kind of treats do you give her? Okay, let's see what you do through our course. Did you want to hold on to our mascot stuffed animal dog? Or did you want to run it alone?
I don't know.
Run it alone? Okay, let's see. Excellent. Let's have him come back and we will send him home with a gift bag for his dog, Ellie. Do we have any more dogs, children, adults, the lady in the dinosaur costume, anyone that would like to run the course? Oh, excellent. And what is your name?
Harley.
And do you have a dog at home?
Harley.
Excellent. How do you feel that you're going to do on our course?
Good.
Fantastic. Okay, let's see it. Excellent. Let's get a round of applause. Anyone else? Excellent. You're gonna run together? Do you want the stuffed animal to make it, have the three of you run it together, or just the two? Just the two? And what's your name?
Amelia. Xander.
And do you guys have a dog at home?
Yeah.
And what's your dog's name?
Malik.
Excellent. What is your favorite treat?
Candy?
No, your dog's favorite treat. It would be horrible to give him candy.
His toys.
Okay, excellent. How do you feel you're going to do on the course today?
Good.
Excellent. Let's see it. Fantastic. So we will send you home with some treats for your dog. Excellent. And what's your name?
Lincoln.
And do you have a dog at home?
Yeah.
And what's your dog's name?
Benny.
And what's his favorite treat?
Milk bones.
Milk bones? Does he do any tricks?
Yeah.
What tricks did he do?
He spins around.
Excellent. And how do you think you're going to do on the course?
Good.
Excellent. Let's see it. Excellent. I feel like it's now just the children's pet show. Okay, what's your name?
James and Vanessa.
And do you guys have a dog at home?
No.
No dog at home. Do you have a cat?
We have 2 cats, an axolotl, and a betta fish.
Fantastic. Let's see, on the course, we'll get you a gift bag for your cat as well. Excellent. Thank you very much. Did you want to run as well? Excellent. What's your name?
Harlow.
Do you have a dog at home?
No.
No dog.
I have one cat, and its name is Bluey.
Oh, that's fantastic. How do you feel you're going to do on our course today?
Good.
Excellent. Let's see it. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you guys very much. I feel like we're not going to get any more dogs, and our children's supply has run its course. Just the last reminder, I think our 50-50 draw closes at 4 p.m. Do you know what it's up to, Dad? So we don't have what it's running at. The last time we got a tally in, it was over $16,000 on the 50-50. So the last chances are coming up. It's, pardon? 10-18. So apparently it's at 10:18. Thank you very much, everybody, and we're going to bring our pet show to a close. Hopefully we can get more participation next year, and we'll make it a bigger and better thing. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of Pumpkinfest.
Thank you for tuning in to Pumpkinfest 2024, and we'll see you next year.